We would like to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 4 p.m. And Yvette will read the language under public content.
Yes, in order to help compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of this school board meeting are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of the walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium other than a guardian, administrator, or a translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is any disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. We will move on to item 1.2, roll call taken by Yvette.
President Angel Ann Flores.
Present.
Vice President Stevens.
Present.
Clerk Colon.
Present.
Clerk Colon.
Present.
Trustee Denaire.
Here.
Trustee Mendez.
Here.
Trustee Rico.
Presente.
Trustee Zulueta.
Trustee Zulueta emailed saying that he's going to be an hour late to the meeting today.
Thank you, Madam President. Back to you.
Moving on to item 1.3, which is the student board representative recognition, Abby Walker. Come to the podium. And do you want to read the letter? And interim superintendent is going to go ahead and say some words for you.
I'm going to read you a little letter here that everyone needs to hear. Dear Miss Welker, it is with gratitude and sincere appreciation to recognize you as the student board representative for the second semester of the 22-23 school year. Your thought-provoking questions at the board meetings, announcements of key celebrations and activities held at our high schools were valuable, informative. We wish you all the best, and we are confident that in furthering your education, you will continue to achieve much success in life that will far surpass your expectations. And we look forward to having you come back and work in Stockton Unified.
And we're going to go ahead and get a picture. And then if I can get my colleagues to stand up while I go down there and get a picture so she could get all of us in the picture. Did I give you my agenda? What did I do with that? No, my. Did she leave? Abby, did I give you nothing else, right? Or maybe it's here. Never mind. Okay, moving on to item, we're gonna skip 1.3. Actually, we already did that, sorry. And moving on to item 1.4, oral suggestions. And Abby will will announce, I can't talk today. Will announce a number of public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in the order they were received. And Christina will be the timekeeper.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, as of this very moment, we do not have any public comment cards for item 1.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Moving on to item 1.5, and this is only if we have any public employee that wants to discuss a complaint or charges be heard in open session.
President Flores, there is none.
And now we will move on to item 1.6. The board will consider in closed session and the items listed in closed session by our Vice President, Kenita Stevens.
Thank you, President Flores. In closed session, we will hear item 2.1A, public employee appointment, certificated leave of absence, resignation, appointment. 2.2A, public employee appointment, classified leave of absence, resignation, retirement, rescind employment offer, and appointments. You guys hear me back there? I sound really low. Can you hear me okay? 2.3A, public employee appointment, professional expert coaches appointment. 2.4A, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. 2.5A, conference with labor negotiator, district chief agency negotiators, Dr. Tracy E. Miller, interim superintendent, employee associations, STA, CSEA 821, CSEA 318, CSEA 885, SUSU, SPPA, Police Officers Association, USA, NUHW, and non-represented employees. 2.6A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subsection D-1 of Government Code Section 54956.9, Billingsley versus Stockton Unified, case number STK CV 1V BC 2023 2314. 2.7A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, sub D4, one case. 2.8A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under subsections D-2 and E-3 of Government Code Section 54956.9, claim number 623248, claim number 623001, Hernandez et al., claim number 623639, D. Button, Harris, Stockton Unified School District, CRD, case number 2022-06-1738-1023, EEOC or HUD number 37A-2022-02494. 2.9D, student expulsion, Z-40. 2.10, student expulsion, Z-39. 2.11D, out of district student expulsion, ZZ-16. 2.12D, out of district student expulsion, ZZ-17. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Stevens. Moving on to item 1.7, we will now recess to close session at 4:11. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I would like to go ahead and call the meeting reconvene to public session at 6:07 PM. And Yvette will read the language under public content.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of the walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the table or except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait for their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is any disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. We now move on to item 4.1 with the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Vice President, Kenita Stevens. Everybody please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will now go over item 4.2, action taken in closed session by our Vice President, Kenita Stevens.
Thank you, President Flores. In closed session, the board motioned to approve item number 2.1. Motion carried 5-1 with 1 abstention and also 1 absent. Yes votes coming from Colon, Donaire, Flores, Mendez, and Stevens. 1 abstention coming from trustee Rico and 1 absent being trustee Zulueta. Board motion to approve item number 2.2. Motion carried 4-1 with 2 absent. Yes votes coming from trustees Colon, Donaire, Flores, and Stevens. 1 no vote coming from trustee Mendez and 2 absent coming from trustees Rico and Zulueta. Board motion to approve item number 2.3. It passed 6-1 with 1 absent. Yes votes coming from trustees Colon, Donaire, Flores, Rico, Stevens, and Zulueta. And I'm sorry, this was a 6-1 vote. I apologize. Yes votes coming from Colon, Donaire, Flores, Rico, Stevens, and Zulueta. 1 no vote coming from trustee Mendez. Item 2.4, no reportable actions. Item 2.5, no reportable action. Item 2.6, no reportable action. Item 2.7, board motion to initiate litigation. Motion carried 4-1 and 1. Trustees Cologne, Donaire, Flores, and Stevens voting yes. No vote coming from trustee Mendez, and an abstention coming from trustee Rico, and trustee Zulueta was absent at the time. Item 2.8, no reportable action. Item 2.8, claim number 623-001, Hernandez et al. Versus the district. Board motion to reject the claim. Motion carried 5-1. Yes votes coming from Stevens, Flores, Donaire, and Mendez. Trustee Cologne, Donaire, Flores, Mendez, and Stevens. An abstention coming from trustee Rico, and trustee Zulueta was absent. Board motion to reject item number 2.8, claim number 623-639. Motion carried 6-0. Yes votes coming from Cologne, Donaire, Flores, Mendez, Rico, and Stevens. And one absent coming from trustee Zulueta. Item 2.8, Harris versus the district, claim number 202206-17381023. Nothing to report, no reportable action. That is all of the items taken in closed session. Yes. IAQ at all.
This
That was
one.
correct, yeah. Voted to initiate litigation against the companies connected with the selling, distribution, manufacturing, and installation of the defective air purification units.
Correct.
Sorry, I must have pointed the wrong language out. Thank you.
Okay, that is all for closed session.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4.3 and the order of agenda, and Abby will read the oral announcement.
This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of the agenda. Otherwise, the order of the agenda will be as published. Thank you.
Is there anything on the agenda that any of my colleagues would like to remove? I see none. Okay.
Can we pull 6.22 from the agenda in entirety?
6.22.
Yeah. And I want to move that from the agenda, not from consent to action, from the agenda in its entirety.
I second that.
Yeah, I don't agree.
There's been some clarification. I'm going to go ahead and ask interim Dr. Miller to explain.
So, Mr. Zulueta, this is in regards to, there's some concerns about things that are going on in Florida regarding political opinions on things. Is that correct? And
No, I didn't say I didn't offer anything. I just said
Okay.
I'd like to have it pulled. So
Okay.
if we vote and it's a
Okay.
no, that's fine, but I'm not giving an explanation or reasoning. So
Okay.
thank you.
Trustee Zulueta, I believe that the appropriate way of on consent is to pull it off the consent item. And
I don't want it pulled into action. I wanted to pull it in its entirety. That's the motion that I made. And if we don't vote that motion or it fails, that's okay with me too. But I thought it was an appropriate time now to ask for it to be removed in its entirety. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have the first motion. So he's motioning to or requesting to have that removed, and then we vote on that as is, and then we vote again. Yeah.
I could just, yeah, then there would be discussion and then the vote.
Okay, so there's a motion to pull it. And then there's a second. So can we get a no discussion? Roll call vote.
President Flores,
No.
Vice President Stevens,
No.
Clerk Colon,
No.
Trustee Denaire,
Abstain.
Trustee Mendez.
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion fails with 3 noes, 1 abstention, and 3 yays.
Okay, I motion to approve the agenda as is. Can I get a second?
Second Stevens.
Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
No.
She voted no.
Trustee Rico,
Abstain.
Trustee Zulueta,
No.
motion carries 4, 2 noes from Trustee Mendez and Trustee Zulueta, and 1 abstention from Trustee Rico.
Moving on to item 5.1, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding open session agenda items. And Abby will announce the number of public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in the order they were received. And Christina will be the timekeeper.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, as of this very moment, we have 17 public comment cards. However, a handful are regarding items 8.1 to 8.3, which are public hearing items, and we'll have those speakers speak during those items. We have 2 public comments regarding item 10.4. First speaker is Ms. Maria Mendez.
Good evening, trustees. I would like to thank President Flores and Vice President Stevens for allowing to have this agenda item 10.4 to come forward so the board can actually take action and adopt those corrected agenda minutes from August 10th of 2021, which I have stated. I voted no and show the record that previous legal counsel had manipulated and had changed the actual minutes that I stated that I was voting yes on the IAQ. And as this reflects and this shows for the record that I voted no, because this will actually, this minutes that are revised for today, if the board adopts them, it actually reflects and actually meets the requirements. They're actually matching with the board docs documentation of my vote and also the recording of that time. And this also actually shows how the previous board leadership and also with former legal counsel manipulated those votes and everything else. And I was not about to be arguing with my peers on the dais. I had to do it professionally, and this is the time as FICMAT and right now as the DA of San Joaquin County is actually doing an investigation regarding the IEQ. This actually proves my point that my vote was no of supporting illegal and corruption items, as we have another agenda item on the, as part of the corruption. Thank you very much for your time.
Next comment card regarding item 10.4 is from Ms. Sylvia Cantu.
Hello, I'm here to speak on the same agenda item. As you can see, it's factual, it's not made up. You had plenty of time to look back at the recordings. It was, the only reason it needed to be corrected, how I kind of figured because the FIGMAT, it kept saying 6-1. And I was telling people it was actually 5-2, and people were saying, no, it's because Maria's your friend. I said, no, it's because that's factual. So if you look at it, these are the correct minutes. It should be easy vote of 7-0, but we'll see how that goes. Other than that, thank you for your time.
All right, the next group of cards is regarding item 12.3. First speaker is Miss Maria Mendez.
Good evening, trustees. As I actually spoke on the last agenda item from the last board meeting regarding this agenda item, the motion actually had failed. So I don't understand why this agenda item is back on this agenda, but we'll figure that out because there's another speaker asking you guys some questions. But at this part is how this on 2022, the previous board leadership did an MOU and they have no trustee has an authority to actually go with a contract with a vendor or a nonprofit to actually have a contract and actually for them to sign. There is no signature. If you guys see the signatures as the board actually proves that you guys have to approve for cabinet to have the signatures, to the interim superintendent to have a signature in contract, and the board approves that. Nowhere is a previous board leadership or previous president of the board had their name saying that almost signed on behalf of is Stockton Unified School District. So with the MOU, so as Trustee Colon stated last meeting, they made the grand jury. Yes, they did. El Concilio did make the grand jury report because that's an MOU. It's not a contract. And former trustee Cecilia Mendez has signed it. Nobody else from the district staff has signed the MOU, not contract, MOU. It didn't even go through RFP. Same thing right now. It didn't go through RFP right now again. So if that's part of the investigation through the DA, the district is going to pay the money from 2022 because it was not a contract. It was an MOU. So how you guys going to give a contract to a nonprofit again that it was illegally done, not through an RP, and again, not through an RP again? That means because it's ESSER funds and ELOC funding, this district is going to be more into a negative on the budget. So it's going to be up to you guys. I don't understand why this is back on the agenda. As even President Flores stated, El Concilio has been bringing other vendors within the school district, school sites with no fingerprinting. How is that possible? Corruption, fraud, illegal? Yeah, exactly. Hopefully the DA is listening to me and Toy Brown is listening to this meeting right now as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Miss Sylvia Cantu.
Should the time be stopped?
Okay. Real quickly, on March 20th, 2023, agenda item 10.8, this board voted 7-0 responding to the FIGMAT. And one of it was to ensure district funds are spent legally and also abiding by state and federal laws. For the record, you see the first page I gave you, it says that either the president and superintendent brought this back or 3 trustees. For the record, when it comes to agenda 12.3, I would like to know who that is for the record, please. Then also, the local educational agencies must operate the expanded learning opportunities program pursuant to the requirements in California Ed Code 46120, including the development of a program plan. The program plan needs to be approved by the local agency governing board in a public meeting and posted on the LEA's website. So if you look at the ELOP program plan, it's on there. If you turn to the second page, you will see program plan. This is page 14. This was approved by this board, which you're using ELOP program. That means that you're using these funds. And you'll see where it's highlighted that your collaborative members of the ELOP advisory board includes UOP, Jacoby Center, the table, and YMCA. If you look at the collaborative partners, turn it around the next page, you will see this program only works with collaboration with the Jacoby Center, YMCA, and the table. Nowhere does it stipulate that the ELOP funds are going to El Concilio. This is a violation of Ed Code. This is also a program plan that this board approved. So I don't understand. That's part of it. Then another question that I have, if you look at the agenda itself, the proposal, it talks about RFP 1066, RFP 106. Well, if you look at that proposal that they turned in, you would remember they were requesting $8.2 million. The proposal does not match the RFP. So I'll be talking about that on 7.2. So if you look at it, what they're bringing you is their RFP is not matching what they're doing. So technically, if you look at it, if I were El Concilio, I can sue the district and say, you passed my proposal. It's on here, the agenda. So I don't even understand that. So if you look at the agenda, it's all right here, 1066. So if you quickly look at the agenda, you'll see 1066, 1066. So that's part of their proposal. I don't understand that. And also, I'm curious why some of the proposals, they're getting paid an additional 60,000 for special events when none of the table's not getting paid, YMCA or Jacoby. Why are they doing special? So it's like you take part of the proposal from last time and half. It doesn't make sense. You also see the third page where this was passed out at the schools today. You can probably see the flyer where it tells you about tonight's meeting. And then you'll look at the last page where they're a charter school. I don't understand how some board members claim that other board members are pro-charter, but yet they'll vote for this. So it depends on what charter school you are. But I do know that we've lost 200 students to charter schools, 200 in this year alone. So if they're passing out flyers regarding this meeting, they'll be passing out flyers to recruit their schools. Okay, that's the main point. But my concern is, if you look at the RFP that they signed last year, it was 1066. Once again, the 8.2 million. It's not matching. So I think that's the problem why the FIGMAT said that you guys needed some training. So thank you. That's my time. I just wanted you to make sure that our money is spent with our kids, and the solution would be, let's have Table, YMCA, and Jacoby just hire more people, and Table hire more people, staff. That's how it would be. So no one's actually missing anything, because that organization is already working on a waiting list, but the proposal doesn't say that. So I don't care if they have 500 people speaking in favor of it. It's the law is the law. Look at the program plan that was approved by this board, and it is federal fund money. Thank you.
Next speaker is from Louise Barros.
Good evening, trustees. If you don't recall, I'm the labor relations representative for Stockton 318 of California School Employees Association, representing the paraprofessionals in Stockton Unified. I'm here this evening to again address the district's intention to contract out bargaining unit work to El Concilio, California. As I told the district 2 weeks ago, you have not met the conditions required under Ed Code 45130.1 to contract out bargaining unit work. The work being performed by El Concilio employees is routinely and customarily performed by several classifications within the bargaining unit. In addition, the district and CSEA have negotiated a new job description, ELOP and daytime sports paraprofessional. We are currently signing that MOU that will create this new classification. This classification was the district's response to CSEA's level 2 grievance filed in 2022. And it was offered in lieu of CSEA filing an unfair labor practice charge against the district for violating our contract, specifically Article 21, no contracting out. The ink is not even dry on this agreement, and the district is entertaining a contract with El Concilio, which I find disturbing. 2 weeks ago, the trustees heard from the district's administrator of ELOP, who mentioned that the district works with community partners, not to take away from CSEA bargaining unit work, but as an addition to bargaining unit work. The trustees should know that this logic will not protect it from an unfair labor practice charge, and is in fact an admission of committing an unfair labor practice charge itself. Ed Code is very clear. Anytime the district contracts out bargaining unit work where there is a no contracting out clause, it is in violation of that agreement, regardless of the number of employees it hires to perform the work. Put this way, if the district needed 1,001 paraprofessionals and it hired 1,000 employees and contracted out one position, it is still a violation of our contract and of Ed Code. The union and the district have agreed that this work belongs to employees in the bargaining unit. Anytime you transfer that work out of the bargaining unit, it is a violation of our contract. I want to remind the trustees that El Concilio's contract was singled out in the grand jury report. The report described the MOU with El Concilio as vague and incomplete, with this vendor scoring the lowest in vendor capabilities and financial proposal. At the time, a trustee was listed as an officer for El Concilio, suggesting that this contract was awarded not because El Concilio deserved it, but because of its connection to the school board. Today, I was informed that El Concilio was on school campuses, passing out flyers, soliciting support for this contract. I find this solicitation not only distasteful, but likely a violation of board policy 1325. Unless the district has approved it, non-school groups cannot solicit on school grounds. This solicitation is apparent in its goal, which is to secure a contract that would financially benefit El Concilio. When the district contracts out, it's robbing the community of high quality jobs that pay decent wages and come with health benefits and a pension. To turn around and use public funds to pay contractors for services already being provided by district employees is sketchy at best and illegal at worst. And I feel the need to emphasize that. What you are doing by giving them a contract is illegal. I will file an unfair labor practice if you okay this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card regarding item 12.3 is from Ms. Alondra Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alondra Hernandez. I recently graduated with my bachelor's degree in child development. Throughout the time, I was able to attend school and work. El Concilio has made it possible for me to work as a coordinator for the ELOP program while working with my school schedule. Working for El Concilio, California has been a wonderful experience to serve the children. We have been able to help with homework, teach music, have fun activities, and assist with them with learning about various cultures. We work as a team with the YMCA, UOP, which is known as Jacoby Center, and the Table Foundation. We are an addition and add to the program. This past year, we have been a team. We started the year as a cohesive group. There are no divisions or separation, only we work together for the children to give them a wonderful and meaningful experience. Cutting El Concilio, California from the program, I will lose my job. Most of all, I will miss the students. I am sad to hear that on June 6th, some voted against El Concilio, California. This hurts my heart. I love working with the staff, children, and families. If you can please reconsider this matter, thank you.
Next comment regarding item 12.3 is from Mr. Jose Rodriguez.
Good evening, Board Chair Flores, trustees, and Interim Superintendent Miller. My name is Jose Rodriguez, and I am the President and CEO of El Concilio. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12.3. And I first want to thank the board for putting the matter back on the agenda. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and speak on support of this matter. El Concilio has been serving the Central Valley of California for over 55 years. And we have a long history of collaborating with many, many community partners who share our commitment to helping improve the quality of life for the families in the Central Valley. I believe there's a big misunderstanding that somehow El Concilio just recently began working with SUSD through this ELOP program, this ELOP contract, but that is not correct. My first opportunity to work for El Concilio was going to Stockton Unified Elementary Schools in 1987 to promote a program called Erase Gang Membership Now. El Concilio has been working with SUSD for decades. I've just provided you a copy of a flyer promoting our after-school program at Stagg High School from 2013. It was a computer literacy program where we were teaching students how to use and assemble computers. Thanks to our partnership with Comcast, we were able to bring valuable resources to the campus and benefit the students. Our history on working with the school district depends on the openness and the willingness of the school district administration to work with us. Some administrations have been more open than others. Given the turnover in superintendents, it can be difficult to establish a solid working relationship. This is how we find ourselves here today. We got involved in the after-school program at the request of Permanent Superintendent John Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez requested that we become a provider because of the challenge that the district was experiencing and having students who wanted to participate in the after-school program enroll in the program. There were waiting lists. After responding to an RFP, a request for proposal, and some back and forth negotiations and some dramatic board meetings, we ended up with a contract. The drama was that some of the after-school providers were told that this was somehow an intent on our part to take over the after-school program. That's ridiculous. No one provider can serve all the schools. No one can do it by themselves. You couldn't even do it with the 3 providers that were doing it before. Afterwards, the process that was used to engage our agency did become the subject of a civil grand jury inquiry into the school district and their fiscal policies and procedures. So it is true that El Concilio was named in the grand jury report, but the report finds no fault with El Concilio and is highly critical of the district's contracting process, which El Concilio does not control. Interestingly enough for me, no one from the grand jury ever interviewed me or requested any information from El Concilio regarding that entire process. I will point out that the same grand jury also mentions that the school district has used and retained 6 different law firms, and I'm sure you're still doing business with some of those firms. I also recall that some comments were made about the scores of
Thank
the
you,
RFP.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I only get 3 minutes. The time is still going.
That's a 20-minute timer for the item as a whole. And it's 3 minutes per speaker. And last comment card regarding item 12.3 is from Maro Saul Bello.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Maro Solbello. I'm a part of El Concilio, working in conjunction with them with teaching music and mentoring here at schools. I didn't bring a speech to rehearse or nothing like that. I'm just here to represent the community, and and everything that we've been talking about is about community, like first and foremost, to reach out, in conjunction with the Jacoby Center, with the after school program with ELOP. For me, I've been a part of the community like from my birth till now. I grew up on the east side of Stockton. I went to Fillmore Elementary School, Franklin High School. I went into United States Marine Corps. I'm first generation Chicano, Mexican American, and I read that kind of stuff with pride. And for me, I instill that within the youth that, I have some youth here that are part of the program, that wanted to show support, and they're here tonight, and staff here that are the unsung heroes that are truly, putting in the work, working with everybody. For us, it's not about who's doing it. It's about working together as a team, not just with us or these different groups, but with the parents, the community, that's all of in conjunction. We are the community together. I understand that there are, what's it called? There's disconnects, in communication sometimes in the way that things operate. But, I've seen it firsthand with how much, these students really they look up to us for what the mentorship that we provide. I wouldn't be coming here if this truly wasn't something that meant a lot to me, and to the community as well. There's people that didn't sign up for the comments and stuff like that. To me, this is my first time coming out here to do this kind of stuff because I care. And so do these people, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to speak for them too. Even the after school program coordinators who, they don't want to lose no people, like they don't want to lose anybody. And it's not just because like, hey, we're trying to keep jobs. It's because the way the students grow up, they need this kind of guidance instead of just uprooting and starting stuff over. We got to continue to better things. I'm not here to argue of who's right and wrong because I understand that there's a past with things, but I also understand that we can build a brighter future. But it starts with, unity and working together to really overcome these like trials and tribulations. We're part of Stockton, we're all in Stockton, that's why we're all here because we care, and I hope that with everything that's been going on that, I hope that tonight you guys can recognize that, I know that nothing is perfect. Nobody's perfect. And there's bound to be, like bumps in the road, but we all rep Stockton proudly, no matter where we go. We always hear like negative connotations about Stockton, but it's like, nah, we have all the brilliant minds, talent, and the passion out here to really make a difference, and for me, myself, and not just me, El Concilio, the people that are here to represent, we're all willing and ready to continue working together. I know that there's mishaps and everything, but there's nothing that can't be overcome. It's always about, coming together as a city, to instill that within our youth. But that's enough. That's enough for me. Sorry. You guys have a great evening. Thank you so much.
All right, next comment is regarding item 7.2 from Ms. Sylvia Cantu.
Oh, 7.2.
All right. 7.2, procurement RFP overview. A request for proposal is a quotation form of invitation that is sent to vendors to submit their pricing, their terms, their conditions for a good or service. Their solicitation contains details about the goods or services, the quantity, date of delivery, and due date for submission. That is on page 3. Bid ethics, best practices. Competitive procurement should provide qualified suppliers with a fair opportunity to participate in the competitive solicitation process, stimulating competition in a manner conducive to sound state fiscal practices, emphasizing the elimination of favoritism, fraud, corruption, and awarding contracts. Page 11, determining solicitation. It is driven by law, district policy, and desired end result. That's my point when you look at the agenda 12.3 that you're going to the procurement. If you look at the procurement, once again, of 1066, they were looking at 41 schools. That was their proposal. Even though you heard the nonprofit person just say, there's no way one person can take care of all the schools, but that was part of the proposal of 1066. Not only were they going to do 41 schools, the after school program, they were also going to do a summer camp, and they were also going to go to a different building. That's why they wanted $8.2 million. Then they came in, it was defeated. Then it came back, and that's why procurement is very important. Then it came back, and then for some reason, the board president did an MOU by herself, and there was never a proposal. Mr. Zuleta was absent, and he said, well, I wanted the staff to update it. Where is that updated RFP? This is why it's very important. This is why the district had you guys have that training where you guys said, we're going to do that. Procurement is very important. So when they do this, pay attention and just look at the plan on the agenda that their procurement does not match, their proposal does not even match. We already got caught with the ESSER funds And by the way, they don't have to interview the person. They looked at, the grand jury looked at the videos and everything and interviewed many, many people. So we're still looking at that with that ESSER fund. Now we're using ELOP funds. How many times does this district have to be in the news regarding misuse of funds? Thank you very much.
Ms. Cantu, stay at the podium, I'm like. Next comment is from Ms. Sylvia Cantu regarding item 14.1.
Okay, 14.1 is pretty simple. I'm just curious because it says that it is, and this is regarding the adoption of resolution awarding the leaseback contract for the Stag High Livestock Facility. It mentions that it was reviewed by the interim CBO and it was approved by the interim superintendent, but it does not state who wrote the agenda, who prepared the agenda. I would like that when it comes to that agenda item, if someone can say who prepared it, that is very, very important because I've been noticing that some of these agenda items, there's no person preparing them or there's a name of someone who either does not have that. So for my records, I would like to know who prepared it because like I said, it's only reviewed by the CBO, but all that, and we're using money. So I'm curious to see who is signing these contracts and who's preparing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last comment card is regarding item 6.22 regarding from Alicia Ashby Johnson. Thanks.
I have a question for legal. Are we allowed to present that information right now on who was the one that worked on this or brought it forward because it's not on the agenda?
Typically, there is no discussion back and forth in response to questions. It's questions that are taken, that are given by the community. And if the board wishes to either direct staff to provide that information to the public, they may, or during the, if it comes up during the course of the item, the information may be shared.
So we could direct staff now to make sure that going forward, all these names are on here all the time. Thank you.
Alrighty, Miss Alicia Ashby Johnson. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I thank you for giving me this time. I quickly looked at the agenda and noticed that we're spending funds to go to Florida. And I am not really sure protocol or whatever, this is my first board meeting, but I feel like the district as well as the board, as well as the union should not be spending funds in Florida. And that is basically because of the NAACP travel advisory. I know I canceled something in Florida personally. And so I'm just hoping that maybe we can do some sort of resolution. I don't know. I see resolutions all the time in my school email. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you for your time.
Trustees, this concludes public comments for item 5.1. Thank you.
Moving on to item 5.2, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding non-agenda items. And Abby will announce the number of non-agenda item public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in order they were received, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we currently have 3 public comment cards for item 5.2. The first one is from Ms. Maria Mendez regarding CPRA.
Good evening, trustees. Again, I actually received from the constituents department an email regarding a CPRA that they actually needed my certificate as a former board member for masters in government. And I don't see the actual director from the department here because I was actually going to hand deliver it and actually make notification that I had given her my certificate because I did complete it. my trainings. I didn't know if she needed a copy of the letter when I graduated, the actual course, me copy of, or see my actual little twigglies that I actually graduated and that I'm actually an alumni. I don't know, I'm gonna give this to the superintendent and secretaries so they can actually give it to Miss Sherry Wambo on my behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next comment is from Miss Leanne Marie Schmidt regarding after-school programs.
I think that we should continue to support the after-school program because it plays a vital role in ensuring the overall well-being and development of these kids. It serves as a safe and structured environment where students can engage in educational, recreational, and social activities under the supervision and trained professionals. For children of single working parents and parents who both work long hours to keep their children off the streets, this program is an invaluable support system that allows them to thrive academically and emotionally while their parents fulfill their work responsibilities. Why is it important academically? The emotional continuity. With parents working long hours, children often face challenges in completing their homework and maintaining their academic progress. The after-school program provides a good environment where students can receive assistance with their homework or classwork they struggle with and engage in educational enrichment activities. By removing this program, we risk hindering the ability of these students with asking for help, potentially leading to academic struggles and decreased motivation. Social development. The after-school program fosters socialization and development of amazing friend-making skills. It allows children to interact with their peers, form meaningful relationships, and learn how to collaborate and communicate effectively. These skills are crucial for their personal growth and future success. Removing the program may isolate children from social opportunities, leading to feelings of loneliness and hindered social development. 3, safety and supervision. For many single parents, finding affordable and reliable childcare is an ongoing challenge. The after-school program provides a secure and supervised environment where children can do homework, play with friends, and even join clubs to make a child's school life feel more valuable. By eliminating this program, the kids themselves may face increased stress and anxiety as they struggle to find the same place to be able to have clubs to be a part of and make friends. 4, equal opportunities. Every child deserves an equal opportunity to succeed, regardless of their family structure or parents' employment status. By removing the after-school program, we risk creating an unfair disadvantage for children from single-parent households. We must ensure that all children have access to the same resources and opportunities for growth, as it is essential for building a just and inclusive society. In conclusion, I highly request that you consider on kind of eliminating the after-school program. By keeping this program, you will not only support children from single-parent households, but also demonstrate a commitment to the overall well-being and success of all students. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Next comment card is from Miss Alicia Ashby Johnson regarding teacher PD.
Hello again. Hate to sound too pesky. And I, considered maybe I shouldn't bring this up, but I think in the end I decided to bring it up because this summer, several of us teachers signed up for a professional development in San Diego. And then the district decided on its own to change it to San Francisco. Now, that's the story that I know. I don't know if it's true or not. But as a result of that change, at least 5 teachers went ahead and canceled. And so I'm not sure what that process is for, the whole PD process for the summer, but I can just say that I'm really, really disappointed. And I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I'm just going to say on my behalf that I would like the board to kind of look into what's going on with the process of PDs, and that's it. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So we're going to go to San Francisco now, but there's only a couple of us teachers going now. And so that means several teachers are missing out on that really important PD. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, this concludes public comments for item 5.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6.1, approval of the consent items, and Abby will read the oral announcement.
Does any trustee have any item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve item 6.1?
All motion.
I'll go ahead and second. No discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
No.
Motion passes 6-1. The no vote from Trustee Zulueta.
Moving on to item 7.1, and we will go ahead and start off with the ELOP presentation by Ms. Mary Rogers, Administrator of Expanded Learning Programs.
Greetings. Greetings and good evening to the Board of Trustees. Per your request, I was asked to return to today's board meeting to expand on some specific information that I presented on June 6th regarding our community-based partners. I would like to add that I am here on behalf of the ELOP department as an advocate for our children, our students, and our families. Also, I wanted to introduce and make sure that I say this before we get started. Based on the California Department of Education, which is CDE, long for CDE, SUSD has been provided the funds to offer and provide access to all SUSD TK through 8th grade students who desire to attend the ELOP programs. In order to meet the need and increase student enrollment and participation, some sites will need to add an additional 5 or more staff. With that said, we are soon to propose 2 additional SUSD para positions at each site to work in our ELOP programs. And in addition, we will need all 4 or more providers, no matter who it is, to help us serve more students. All right, we will start with answering some questions that were given to me for this meeting in particular, very specific. And the first question, we can go to the next slide. The question is, how do our community-based partners support our district and ELOP goals? So we'll look at the first one. When it comes to academic support that aligns with the school day, you can go ahead and click on that. Miss Yvette. Thank you. I know it's kind of small, so I will read it. Every child, one of our first goal is every child by the end of 3rd grade will read and comprehend at the proficient level. Also, goal 2 for the district is every child by the end of 9th grade will demonstrate mastery of algebra concepts and application. How the staff provides support is with homework help. They connect with the school day, what the teachers are teaching in the school day. They also provide iReady ELA and math support, provide literacy and math practice through staff-led curriculum and activities to help build reading comprehension and math skills for our students. And then the third goal that we have is obviously making sure that by the end of 12th grade, our students graduate college and career ready. And so starting in the earlier years, this is what helps them do that, 9th to 12th grade. ELOP goals for enrichment learning. Our staff, and this is for all of our partners, and this is who I'm speaking on behalf of all, because this is inclusive. Through age-appropriate, hands-on and engaging activities, our staff leaders are responsible to help students learn about themselves, their classmates, others, and the world that they live in. Our staff help teach students about compassion, how to be kind, caring, and respectful. Our staff teach our students about diversity and how everyone matters. Our staff teaches students about their responsibility to themselves, to others, their community, and to the earth. When it comes to social emotional learning, and Yvette, you can click on, I'm sorry, thank you. Through age-appropriate, hands-on, and engaging activities, staff leaders are responsible to help our students learn how to communicate and interact with others in a healthy and positive way. Our staff help our students understand their needs and their worth. Our staff help our students learn how to process and articulate their thoughts and emotions for positive and healthy outcomes. All of this is primarily through our staff-led curriculum and activities that have either been purchased, that worked with our school site, mental health staff, counselors, teachers, and other hands-on projects and activities that our staff follow for our students. So all of our staff are responsible to create through lesson plans that we provide or that they've researched. They provide and create schedules and activities, and they lead throughout the day of every program that we have. We can go to the next slide. And we're going to have to click. Okay. We can click together. That's fine. We'll go there. So it just makes it easier. So for the first bullet, how our partners work with our sites. For many years, the same sites and community-based partners have worked together. The site administrator chooses the partner organization that would be the best fit. So for an example, through staffing, student population needs, best practices, relationships. Every year, the site administrator and ELOP program facilitator complete a mid-year and end of the year partner evaluation. These evaluations are provided to their partners for them to make the necessary adjustments needed and or to continue doing what is working. It is common for partnerships to not work out, whether it's through staffing support, or through communication. So once again, why the evaluation is put in place, which was many years ago, so that the site administrator can then communicate their needs from the partner, allowing them the opportunity to make adjustments once again. And through the time, if they're not able to meet those needs, then that's where the administrator is able to share through their evaluation if they want to continue working with that partner. They want to continue working with their current partner or consider another partner agency. This is done through interview and selection process, which is performed by the admin and ELOP team. The staffing ability for the new partner is reviewed and confirmed. So just because an administrator would like to work with another partner, if they're incapable of showing that they're able to hire staff and meet those needs based off of data, then that's where it's considered. And then that communication is transparent and spoken about. But again, this is a site-based, so the administrator makes these decisions. We can go to the next slide, which shows a little bit of data, and we did an overview of the mid-year and end of the year data for partner, our partner evaluation summary for this year. So we have all four of our partners. From left to right, we'll start off with El Concilio, which they share 12 sites. So there's our 3 partner organizations that have been with us for 10, 15 plus years. And recently this year, they have joined in to share some of their sites. And for El Concilio, they have 12. The staffing contractual percentage, meaning out of the 100% of being able to staff, there are 2 staff for each site, which is up to 12 sites. They were able to staff at 97.8%. The mid-year data says that 12 had no major concerns, and I'll speak to what general concerns are versus this, but no major concerns. And the end of the year, 11 would like to continue. Jacoby, they have a total of 11 sites with us, able to staff at 90.6%. 10 had no major concerns of the 11, and 11 would like to continue with them. The Table Community Foundation, they have 14 sites with us. 98.5% they were able to staff. 13 during the mid-year had no major concerns, and 14 would like to continue with them. And then the YMCA this year had 17 sites, were able to staff at 87.9%. 11 had no major, of the 17 had no major concerns, and 12 of the 17 would like to continue. For all agencies, common concerns are, but are not limited to, needing better communication. Want their staff to have more training from their partners, and also want more staff support for their staff. Those are common, ongoing needs, requests, but those are not considered to be major. We would like to go to the next shared sites, average attendance. In particular, it was asked about the 12 sites. So I'm going to show you how our attendance has increased. So here are the 12 sites where the 2 additional staff have been added for the 22-23 school year. As you can see, the 21-22 school year student attendance numbers are abnormally low, whereas the previous years, these same sites served substantially more students. These reasons were primarily struggles to recruit staffing and students due to the pandemic, which left more students than normal on the waiting list at these sites, hence why they were chosen. So you can see the data there from left to right, from just the year coming back 21-22 to adding the 4th partner, being able to add more staff, and then overall the data of adding more staff as well. And then students also coming back. So you can see that there. We're going to go to the next one. I apologize for how small this is, but I'm doing the best I can to read it. So for the 23 student average, this reflects the numbers of the partner wanting to or requesting for the 12 sites to continue on. But we have all sites here, and I want to be very clear to be inclusive. Being able to add the additional staff to the same sites that we just referenced before the last slide, more students have been able to attend, reducing the waiting list for our students. These are average numbers. So some days are higher than others. Again, why we need all hands on deck. And then that concludes the presentation. And are there any questions? And again, this presentation was prepared based on the specific questions that were asked. Hopefully, if we stay within that, I will do my best to answer that. And if it's anything more, hopefully we can look at that if I don't have the information.
Can I have the president? Sorry, can I have the mic, Madam President?
Yes.
I just had a couple of things I wanted to run past you. I went back to the July 2022 El Concilio contract and just looked at it. And what I saw on there was it was limited to 12 sites, not 40 like I'd been hearing in some of the comments. What I noticed is, just like you're saying, that it was asking for 2 additional people at each site. And then I also noticed that with regard to El Concilio and all the other programs, they were all in one agenda item. And in addition, El Concilio was receiving the lowest a portion of money that was put towards those educators that they would be providing. And so, I noticed that that wasn't mentioned before. And just in your presentation, you're showing or saying that 11 of the 12 sites are looking forward to continuing to do this work. I'm just wondering if we're hearing any concerns from CSEA 318 with regard to these grievances for the other partners, because they're doing the exact same work, right?
This is correct. This is how we're supposed to work with all of our partners, the same.
And so
For staffing.
I just, maybe I'm misunderstanding or not, maybe I'm just not smart enough to get it, but wouldn't we have the same CSEA concerns about the other 3 partners that we're having about El Concilio? Because I don't understand how we wouldn't have the same exact concerns with regard to grievances and labor practices when this is just another organization that is doing the same exact work. And so maybe I'm not understanding.
And maybe if respectfully, I believe that could be something that was before me that was set in the contract that I also need to further learn, because I was unaware as well. That could be something fairly new that we could speak more on at another time.
So I just want to know if it's possible, and I don't want to, direct this, but if it's possible to have that conversation with CSEA 318 and just maybe get some more information on, their viewpoint on it, because once again, I've heard their representative, she spoke last meeting and this meeting as well. And I'm just, like I said, I'm not understanding why the other groups are not being accused of, taking positions from 318, when in reality, they are doing the same exact work under the same exact RFPs, under the same exact funding. And so I don't understand, and I don't have the answers, but I hope that we could find those answers for our community.
Absolutely.
Because this seems to be really important and concerning to many people.
Oh, one moment. Mary, if the questions we are asking, like regarding the RFP process, doesn't really have much job duties to what you're doing,
Yes.
feel free to say that you defer that question to the RFP process.
Yes.
And we are having that presentation next.
I appreciate that. And thank you for that. And as I do enjoy working with CSCA 318 and all of our bargaining units, whatever that needs to be learned and conversed more on, we can do that. And moving forward, be in alignment so that there are no issues or labor problems or anything. Not a problem.
Go ahead, Trustee
I have-
Mendez.
I was a little bit concerned when I saw all these organizations together, but then another organization who is from the Latino community and decide we all need to work together. We should be colorblind. Our children deserve services. You know how long my son was in the waiting list for 12 years. I have reached with so many parents in San Joaquin School who they love it. I have met parents who they really enjoy going, to little things with the kids. If we're doing enough, I don't know if we're doing enough, but the big issue is the kids here. Not about politics, it's about the kids. Because we respect the unions, but we cannot just be picking agencies and leaving the other ones. It just doesn't make any sense to me right now.
Thank you, Trustee Mendez.
I'm not done.
Is it pertaining to her presentation? or
Yes,
the data of
yes,
that?
I am, ma'am.
Okay, can you ask
And I
that
want to
question
ask-
regarding the data that
Please
she
do not do
presented?
that. Flores, do not do that. I have a voice of my own.
I get
I
that
have
and
a
I
voice of
respect
my
that.
own.
I would just, for time strain, we're focusing on this and I want Mary to be able to answer
Let me
questions
finish.
pertaining to her presentation.
Let me finish. I see that you have children in each side. How many children are you were planning to have more? So it should not be waiting list with the children, to be honest. I'm sick and tired of all the time parents upset with me and calling me and telling me, hey, I've been in the waiting list and it didn't happen. That's the way-
Just to add to that, as you know, we were talking about needing to add more so we can bring any student that looks to attend the program. That is our objective. So with our fourth partner, just even being able to add the 2 to 3 additional staff at the 12 sites alone, we're talking about serving about another 500 students and their actual families. So that's just to say, because we need staff regardless of where they come from. It's bigger than respectfully than you and me. it's about our children. And so when it comes to who can we work with, who's capable, who has the skill set and who has the infrastructure to be able to operate and work with us, then that's what we're looking at. And that's where my focus is,
Thank you.
respectfully.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I had a question about, when you first started off, you talked about the CDE requirement for TK through 8th. Can you talk more about that and the need for providers to fulfill that requirement?
Absolutely. So we are combined with ACES state funds, grant funds, which the requirement is a minimum of 120 students and able to, with 6 staff. The funds were able to provide, give or take, some sites have one less because of the population, but they're averaging about 6 staff, 120 students. That's because our grant funds were, again, at one point less than 7 million, between 5 and 6 million, then it grew to where we are today. And then with ELOP coming in, they're giving us $2,740 per unduplicated student. And so when you multiply that by all of our TK through 8th grade students, then it comes up to the 35 million, which is saying we're giving these funds to you so that you can allow our students to be in the program and serve them accordingly for safety, academic support, food security, social emotional development and support, whatever that looks like, to keep our kids safe in every way, the whole child. And so the expectations are, and this is in writing, being able to provide the program, and then for those programs that are not operating over the break, then being able to provide access, which we have data and we've shown that we've done that. And we've already provided it. If whatever's needed, we have that. So, and that's what we have to continue to show, that we're providing it. We give the memo through site recruitment, through district level recruitment, on our website, whatever we have to do. And for those that apply or the parents that register, if we have the staff, then every child, if we had all staff that we needed and every child wanted to be there, then we can serve our students. And so that is the requirement. 23-24, we will be receiving information regarding the audit piece and a little bit more details on that, of what that's going to look like when they actually do start to audit. So I hope that helps. Okay, yes, ma'am. So when we say all hands on deck, we really do mean that. And this is not to be out of compliance with the district in any way, or with working with our unions. We need to work cohesively when it comes to our students. So whatever we have to do, so be it, which I'm looking to learn about what we can and cannot do, if respectfully, because I'm not here to cross any lines. Those are things that are fairly new, because being here for 17 years, we were always open to do RFPs to the community for those who wanted to work with us. So I did not know that was something that we could not do. So if I've said something out of line or inappropriate, then please forgive me. I am looking to learn that. But overall, in addition to the 2 paraprofessional positions that we are excited about bringing to the district to have SUSD employees work in our ELOP program, that alone is exciting. But in addition to that, we still need our community-based, which is also expected and highly strongly recommended also from the state.
Thank you, Mary.
My pleasure.
Okay, we're
Can I
gonna
have that microphone?
We're gonna go ahead and close the discussion for time's sake, and we're gonna move on to item 7.2.
Thank you.
7.2, the RP presentation by
I
Mr.
wasn't
Willie
allowed to
Gutierrez,
speak again.
Director of Fiscal Services. So Mr. Willie Gutierrez, can you please come forward, please? Thank you.
Good evening, board members and community. So this evening, I would like to present to all of you the SUSD procurement and RFP process. Tonight will be an overview. As this is a very detailed process, I think if we started to go through this entire process, we'll probably be here a couple of hours. But for time's sake, we'd like to go through this as an overview. Our subject matter expert could not be here tonight to present, but as we go through this presentation, I would like to take back any questions and bring back any responses that you may have. I have two main points as we begin. Main contact for procurement bid or RFP process is our purchasing manager and our purchasing team. Number two, procurement and RFP process is based on California Education Code, Public Contract Code, California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
Woolley,
Yes.
I don't think people can hear you. Is your microphone on?
Hello?
Is it light on?
I don't see it. No, I don't press.
Can you push the button? Is it light on now?
There's no light in it.
Maybe you just need to speak in more in the microphone.
Hello?
Testing?
Testing.
Yeah, now they could hear. You're good.
Okay.
You
All
might
right.
have to speak into the microphone.
All right, let's try
Bring
this
it
one.
closer to you.
All right, let's try this one more time. How about that? Okay, so I have two main points as we begin the presentation. One, main contact for procurement bid and RFP process is our purchasing manager and our purchasing team. Number two, procurement and RFP process is based on California Education Code, Public Contract Code, California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. That's a kind of lengthy one, but is shortened by saying CUPCA, and board policy. Tonight's presentation will focus on answering four main questions. The first question is, what are some key terms in the RFP process? Number two, the questions is, when is an RFP needed? Number three is, what are bid limits and best practices? And number four, what is the bid process and RFP documents? And for that, we'll start with question one. And we'll answer that by going to slide number 2, and we'll look at also slide 3. So what are some key terms in the RFP process? So one of them is invitation for bids, or IFB. This is a formal invitation to bidders to submit a response for the supply of products or services under certain terms and conditions specified in a bid document. The second term that's here is a scope of work. The SOW is the area in a bid where the work is to be performed and is described there. The SOW or so should contain specific details regarding the project, goods, or services to be delivered. And a note here, the scope of work can also be in the entirety of this in the bid and the RFP document as well. Slide 3, request for proposal, request for quote or RFP or RFQ. Request for quotation is a form of invitation that is sent to vendors to submit their pricing and their terms and conditions for goods or services. The solicitation contains details about goods or services, quantity, date of delivery, and due date for submission, and that's considered somewhat of an informal process. Request for qualification statements of qualifications is the next term, sometimes used in the formal process of procuring a product or service to screen vendors and establish eligibility to submit responses to a request for proposals or the RFP. So the next question to answer is, what is an RFP? When is an RFP needed? So for that, we want to go to slide number 4. When is an RFP needed? RFP or request for proposal. An RFP is needed when a price is not the only determining factor. Example is a service is needed like after school program, technology services that are over the threshold, 109,300. And this amount established annually. So for 2023, the 109,300 is for this fiscal year. More likely will change for next year. Once this is met, then the RFP is appropriate. Part of the RFP process is also the scoring. Scoring can be based on many factors: price, experience, knowledge, staffing, and ability to do the service. Part of this scoring and evaluation is a RFP scoring sheet. A sample of it is on the slide and also on the document that we provided this evening. So we go to the third question. What are bid limits and what are the best practices? And for that, we want to go to slides 5, 6, 7, and 8. So one of the first things that we have to remember on this process for RFP in slide 5 is the bid limit threshold. Public Contract Code 201111, actually 3 ones. Equipment, materials, non-construction services is the 109,300 threshold. It's very important when we review the RFP process. And this is founded on Public Works, our CUPCA guidelines. Quotes that are under 60,000, informal bids are considered 60,000 and 1 to 200,000. And for formal bids is 200,000 and over. As an important note, unless allowed by statutes, award on formal bids for goods and services must be made to lowest responsible bidder. Best value awards are permitted in limited circumstances. Slide number 6, voluntary competitive solicitation best practice. Competitive bidding is not required in certain instances, such as less than the bid limit, professional services, educational materials, energy service contracts. When not required, informal competitive bidding allows a district to compare vendors and quality of goods or services, demonstrates a transparent purchasing process, and promotes trust through transparency. Slide number 7, bid ethics and best practices. Unless otherwise provided by law, procurement activities must be conducted in an open and fair environment that promotes competition among prospective suppliers. Competitive procurement should provide a qualified supplier with a fair opportunity to participate in the competitive solicitation process, stimulating competition in a manner conducive to sound state fiscal practices, emphasizing the elimination of favoritism, fraud, and corruption in awarding contracts. Slide 8, developing the solicitation process. And this is very important. Avoid restrictive requirements by applying too many conditions that would limit bidding, such as excessive experience requirement, location, local preference has been deemed unconstitutional except fresh produce, unreasonable delivery requirements, not specifying a particular brand name, product, or a feature of a product that is peculiar to one manufacturer except for reference purposes, limiting brands when not required for functionality. Example, specific big pens when any brand would perform the same function. Allowing sufficient time from the release of the solicitation to the response due to the date provided suppliers time to review and consider the requirements and prepare and submit a response. So we go to question number 4. And question number 4 is, what is the bid process and RFP documents? And for that, we'll go to slide number 10. In slide 10, we bring the following area, planning process. And let me just say, when it comes to RFP and this entire process, planning is important. Just as cash is king, planning is important here. Who are the interested parties? Those are some of the questions that have to be answered. Is competitive bidding required? Yes or no? Is board approval required from competitive bidding? Has authority been delegated? Is advertising required? Advertising is required when bidding is required by statute. Board award, formal consent or PO list. Developing a timeline, a bid schedule. All these pieces are critical to an RFP process. Planning is important. And to add a little bit to this slide, I just want to add, this is why it's important, and we've had a few of the trainings that we had in the past few months. Back in September 2022, we had construction services procurement training. Various groups were part of that. Professional services, attendees were facilities and planning and maintenance and operations staff. September 7, 2022 and February 23rd, 2023, goods and non-construction services procurement. Targeted attendees were sites, departments, administrators, and support staff. And in September 14, 2022, and February 28, 2023, procurement overview for food service program and technology contracts, target attendees, child nutrition, and information services staff. This is part of the planning process. This is part of the training process that has to happen when we talk about RFP and procurement. This is why these trainings are important. And as we go forward, it's important to have various trainings either annually or semi-annually as necessary. So we go to next slide. Slide number 11. Determining solicitation method. Driven by law, district policy, and desired end result, RFP process allowed in certain circumstances, IFP as required by PCC 2111, and voluntary solicitation when competitive bidding is not required. And the last slide lists out the actual formal request for proposal. And I'm just going to go through some of these pieces just line by line, but the detail is in the subsequent slides. Components for a request for proposal, reintroduction and background are essential. It's important to know who the requester is. Having that information is essential. A scope of work or project description, qualifications, submittal of instructions, methodology, criteria for award or scoring matrix, method of award, lot, line, item, etc. Detail, again, is important. Negotiating terms, confidentiality disclosure, timeline, certifications as applicable, request for fixed cost or rate sheet in governing board. A lot of the detail behind each of these are in each of the slides after, but I'm not going to go into detail of those. I think we can go through those. But I just want to sum up this presentation with the following. RFP is used to establish a pool of qualified vendors for the district. RFPs are a public advertised in a newspaper and are in our website. This is to be fair and transparent. Vendors submit packets to the district based on the RFP documents. Packets are reviewed and scored by a panel, again, to be fair and transparent. Vendors must meet or exceed a specific score to be considered a qualified vendor for the pool. Not all applicants become qualified or make the cut. So this is the end of this presentation, and I'm not sure if you have any questions that I can take with me.
I have a question. What happens when there is a violation of the bid ethics?
Can you repeat the question?
What happens when there is a violation of the bid ethics?
Going back to a couple of my notes here, reviewing this afternoon, if the district proceeds with procurement process without properly following the method or a methodology as set forth in authorizes by the statute, and this is found in the public contract code, then the district has initiated an illegal procurement contract, which means it's a void or voided contract by law. A contract is considered void when it exceeds statutory restrictions on district's authority to contract. So it's voided by law and is considered void at that point.
Are there any other repercussions? Like, are they, if you go against the bid ethics, do you no longer receive contracts from the district? Are you no longer allowed to utilize the procurement process?
Yeah, you have to make sure that you follow the process, otherwise you'll be out of line, right? So you have to make sure that each of the pieces are followed. There may be other consequences also. I may have to give you more detail later on that, but there could be, look at my notes here for a second. There may be some criminal consequences in some instances, and then there could also be personal consequences also.
Based on the RFP process that we're discussing tonight, do you, in your professional experience, believe that this went through a honest bid process?
So following the bid process, normally the lowest scored contract would not have been awarded. So that's, just following the process and seeing what the outcomes are, that's what it would have happened, right?
It would have not have been
It would not have
awarded.
been awarded.
Not have been awarded. Are there any other discussion items or any other comments?
Yes, I wanted to ask you something. I was listening very careful what you're saying. The district follow the process. The vendors come, they do presentations. That's the way it is, and following the process. If the district follow the process, it is the right thing to do. You say then it's supposed to be done like that, but if it's us as board members, we follow the process. Isn't that the guidance that we're supposed to be having? Following the process? Doing the right thing and following the process.
Right. Well, you.
What was your question?
Yeah. In an example, I receive a phone call from somebody and they start telling me things over the phone. That person wants to give me something to vote for something. You know, that's illegal. So what is the process I can do to adhere to the district? If I come and told you, hey, somebody approached me, a vendor or a nonprofit approached me, what I have to do to make sure that the process has been followed? I said it very clear so everybody can hear it. Can you help me with that?
It gets referred to a superintendent and then the superintendent directs it down to the staff. That's the answer.
Correct. Yeah. Normally, we have various protocols and various processes that have to be followed. As I indicated, as we started this presentation, for any procurement process or any procurement questions, you always want to start with purchasing, right? Because they have a lot of up-to-date information and will be able to provide that guidance. If guidance is not provided at that point, we can follow the process of protocol, right? What is the next level up that needs to be brought up to?
What about?
So, Cologne, trustee Cologne had a question. Oh, go ahead, Diane.
I was simply going to add that in response to trustee Mendez's question, that the board bylaws also address this issue in terms of your responsibility to certainly forward that information when there may be a question of an approach in terms of your ethical responsibility to provide the information to staff.
May I have the microphone? Now then you answer this. What happened if I report it, but it was ignored? I reported, let's think about it. I reported it, but it was ignored. I did the right thing, isn't it? Reporting it to the district, reported to my intersuperintendente. Did I did the right thing or I did the wrong thing? Let it know. Something. Somebody offered me money. Somebody offered me something. I reported it. Did I did right or did I did wrong? If the district doesn't listen, where I can go after that?
Okay, actually, that is not a question related, like, we're gonna email that question and they can
The
answer
problem is
that.
she said, then I have to, you know. I
She
have to
just
report it.
answered the question. We had training on it
It was
and it's
ignored.
been worked over our retreats and trainings. Trustee Cologne, you have a question?
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to ask about the page that says bid limit threshold. You have a note that says that unless allowed by statutes, award on formal bids for goods and services must be made to lowest responsible bidder. Is that out of the scoring? So if we have four people, we see their scores, but then we look at who is the lowest bidder? Or do we look at the highest scorer and then the lowest bidder? Or is it, so there's two criteria or one?
When we're looking at the criterias, the highest bidder can be the lowest bidder. When you're answering those scoring, the lowest bid can have the percentage that can make it be the highest bidder. So when they're bidding out what they're doing, if their lowest bid and we're looking at the cost of it, that can make them be the highest bidder because they're lowest bidding of all the other bids. Yeah, amounts.
Yeah.
So, but when it comes to the lowest scoring, that's when we have in question about why, and if you're gonna pick the lowest scoring, we should have good notes on why that position, why that particular company was picked over the highest.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my next question was about timeline. So on your page says developing the solicitation, the last bullet point, allowing sufficient time, such and such. Do you have recommended timeline for the RFP process?
So for the RFP process, I understand that if I remember correctly, I mean, it can be up to just a few weeks for that process to take place. Could be a couple of weeks, could be 3 weeks, depending on the amount of applicants in the process, in the review, and that may take a bit too.
So it just depends. then
It
really
depends, yes.
Okay.
What is the protocol for extensions for contractors and who determines when we extend or go out to bid?
I would have to come back with the answer for you on that one.
And who has a list of current approved RFPs?
That would be in our purchasing department. Our purchasing manager and staff would have that information.
So I just want to confirm that originally, if we had followed protocol in the procurement process that you just described today, this contract would not and should not have been pushed forward.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I have the floor?
Which
Yes.
contract you talking about? I'm sorry to interrupt. What contract we talking about here?
The El Concilio.
So
Mr.
you are
Diane.
singling out
Trustee Rico has the floor.
Mr. Diane, I just have a question for you. So hopefully you can answer. So it's legal as a board member receiving text messages right now that we are running the board?
I'm sorry, trustee Rico, I'm
Yeah.
not following your question.
Trustee Flores is receiving messages right now, and that's the part that she was reading. Thank you. Thank you.
Then I will repeat that because it's important that we as board, that you as board members recognize your duty and responsibilities as board members to abide by the Brown Act and to comply with your roles as board members. So I will simply leave it as that. I am not going to ask any board member whether they're texting, whether they're not texting, whether they're sending. Make sure we focus on the business of today.
All right, thank
That's
you.
legal, thank you.
So do you have a question for the item on the agenda that we're discussing, trustee Rico?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
So we're gonna go ahead
for that
and close this
transparency.
discussion, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you.
I'm not bullying.
Okay, well, now we vote.
I'm not
Or no,
bullying.
this is just information, sorry.
Oh, I thought you said you bullying.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Moving on to item 8.1, public hearing for the 2023-2024 local control accountability plan, the LCAP and annual update for the Stockton Unified School District. And oh yeah, this is where we have the comments. Okay. I will now open public hearing. And do we have any staff reports? The famous duo? No, it's after.
Good evening. Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Stevens, Clerk Cologne, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. Miller, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, and community. I am Tiffany Ashworth, and I am the Administrator of State and Federal. And on behalf of the LCAP team, I am presenting, well, there's supposed to be a presentation. A presentation for the 23-24 LCAP. The presentation was emailed.
Did you hear that, Yvette?
Okay.
It's not attached, sorry. You said you emailed it to who?
Yvette, Christina, and Abby. Well, I did print out the copies, so there is hard copies, so we'll go old school. The slide that I'll be referring to first is our LCAP at a glance. We have a 3-year plan. We are starting year 3, which is the 23-24 LCAP. We are here today for a public hearing for June 20th, 2023, and we are looking for board adoption on June 27th. The next slide is discussing our educational partners. We conducted an extensive engagement in the March and April timeframe. We actually had a reset, and we met with our parent advisories. We also met with our employee unions. We also participated in the Board of Trustee events and subcommittees. And this included all of our students, or this included our students, parents, community, and also our employees. The next slide is looking at our educational partner feedback for important topics. One of the areas that we are notating is the equity inclusion practices, looking at early literacy and development, academic program enhancements, accountability and data-driven decisions, parent and family engagement, communication and outreach, student engagement enrichment, and the recruitment of hiring additional teachers and staff that represent our students. The next slide is looking at an overview of our LCAP goals. So we have 2 slides for this. Our first slide is looking at goals 1 through 4. Goals 1, 2, and 3 have been with the district since, or were established in 2016, 2017 LCAP. And then for goal 4, this was established last year as a requirement for differentiated assistance, which means that we had a student subgroup that is considered persistently low in 2 or more areas for multiple years in a row. The next slide is looking at our new goals. So we have 4 new goals that we're adding to the LCAP. We have goal 5, and I do apologize because I entered the wrong title. It's actually our Black Student Achievement Plan goal. And then goals 6 and 7 and 8 are including our foster youth and homeless, and then our CSI, which is our comprehensive improvement and support and improvement. And then goal 8 is our additional targeted support and improvement, which is a, their CSI and ATSI are in partnership. They're connected. CSI is based on our low school performance, and then ATSI is based on our targeted subgroups. So the next slide we have is goal 1. And this is focusing on our student achievement. We are allocating approximately $69 million towards the activities. We have 6 unique categories with 42 sub-actions that are looking to be implementing for our students. The categories that we have are consistent with the prior year, looking at college and career readiness, A through G supports, our English language and development primary language support, educational and professional development, learning loss and recovery, the acceleration of our instructional and intervention supports, extended day year learning programs, and educational technology. The next slide that, or the slide that's showing right now is just a snapshot of what each of the individual projects or sub-actions and what the proposed allocation is for each project. For goal 2, this is for equitable learning environments, and we are funding or allocating over $272 million. That is comprised of 9 unique categories with 33 sub-actions.
We have reinstated the ethnic studies subcategory or sub-action and for moving forward for this 23-24 school year. Next slide. The goal 2 categories are focusing on our educational equity, diversity, and inclusion, multi-tier systems and supports, development of our high quality teachers, and then focusing on transitional students for our foster youth and homeless. Next slide. We're also supporting our strong schools and healthy communities, focusing on our counselors and restorative practices. We also have extended learning time, educator and staffing supports for instruction beyond our required minutes for the state. We also have our basic instructional and teacher staffing included, and then technology infrastructure and facility and campus safety. Next slide. This particular slide is just a snapshot of the different projects and the proposed allocation for each project. Goal 3 is focusing on our meaningful partnerships. And this is being funded or estimated to be funded in over $18 million. We have 5 unique categories for this particular goal, and there's 19 sub-actions. Next slide. The categories that we're looking at are family and community connections, empowerment, and engagement. So this is looking at our meaningful partnerships with our parents. Also looking at our student attendance and accountability. Next slide. Our student engagement, youth engagement, and our visual and performing arts. So we're really focusing on that connection with our students and providing that meaningful engagement. Next slide. This particular slide is the snapshot of what our project sub-actions are and the proposed allocation for each. And next slide. So for goal 4, this is the start of our required goal section. And I'm going to invite Dr. Jason Murphy to the mic so that he can provide some support on that.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Miller and Superintendent Rodriguez. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to give some context that goals 1 through 3 and goals 4 through 8 have a shift in focus. As Ms. Ashworth was speaking into, goals 1 through 3 focus on fulfilling Education Code 52604, which is to ensure that a school district or a local education agency ensures that it meets the needs of its students through achieving the 8 state priorities. And when a school district or an LEA does not make progress for its subgroups, then the district is required to make a focus goal to ensure that progress is starting to be made for that subgroup that is not making enough progress. So goals 4, 5, and 6 focus on target subgroups that have not been making enough progress. It's not to say that the district has not been making great efforts and strides. It is based on the fact that they have not been making enough progress to close the achievement gap. So the district is taking the initiative, and in many instances, the district is taking an active stance to go in front of state requirements and bring additional actions and additional services to support students in those identified subgroups in improving their outcomes to match all of us students in the district. I wanted to also add that these goals 4, 5, and 6, and also 7 and 8 were developed directly in consultation with our community engagement partners. For example, goal 4 was developed very much in feedback with our consultation with our PACs, but also with our special education community engagement group. Our goal 5, focusing on African-American subgroup, Black student progress, was developed in great feedback with the LCAP PAC, as well as the African-American Black PAC as well. And also the
sixth goal focusing on foster youth and homeless was developed in consultation with our centralized enrollment office and stakeholders that were a part of that effort as well as our PACs. So I wanted to just add that our focus in these goals was to close the achievement gap, bring specialized services to support the achievement gap being closed, but we developed those goals in conjunction with our community stakeholders through a variety of meeting settings. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Ashworth.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. So I would like to also add that our goals 4, 5, and 6 are still under refinement. We are still actively working and engaging with our stakeholder, our educational partners, to fully embrace the intent and the actions of being able to provide supports to our students. So we do have funding allocations that have been associated with our goal 4, 5, and 6. They are from our LCFF base, which is not supplemental concentration. So I would like to bring up that goals 1, 2, and 3 are funded in primarily based on the supplemental concentration funding. And that is where we are providing additional supports and resources for our unduplicated pupils. So that is our low income, foster youth, and our English learners. What we are looking at with our goal 4, 5, and 6 is actually looking at what the base root cause and coming in from a not as a supplemental, but as a foundational component and continuing to move that process forward with the development of student achievement plans or specific on a student subgroup, making sure that we are implementing hiring practices and that we are really looking at our educational educator equity plans so that we can direct and also support our students. So we'll move on to goal 7. So another slide, there you go. So goals 7 and 8, they are in tandem. Goal 7 is focusing on our comprehensive support and improvement. And this is a funding allocation based on federal funds. It's passed through the state of California to the district based on data and criteria that we have school sites that are at the lowest 5%. So with that, we are required, and it's a funded mandate, to implement strategies and activities that will move and close that achievement gap. These funds are required to be put in the school plan for student achievement for the school sites that are identified. And the funding allocation that we have for the 23-24 school year for CSI is $1.7 million. Next slide. So with the actions that we're looking at for goal 7 is this is memorializing it within our plan and showing that this is a district priority because if we're not moving our schools forward and our students, as we continue to have our school sites on CSI or identified for CSI multiple years in a row, that will then trigger us being in differentiated assistance for that particular area. So what we're trying to do is take a proactive step by including this within our plan so that we can start embracing those actions and services to support the school sites in their activities to move their school site forward. Next slide. And then we'll move forward to goal 8. So goal 8 is the tandem. This is the unfunded mandate. So the federal government has identified that there are student subgroups that are persistently low. And so for those sites that have met the criteria, the schools are required to ensure that they are implementing strategies and activities that are evidence-based to move that student subgroup. With that, we have identified that
we are going to be providing support from a district level in order to help guide those school sites that have been identified, which are around 19 school sites that have subgroups, targeted subgroups. And ensuring that we are, next slide, able to help provide supports and resources for their program. Also helping to support and engage their family and community, and then also monitoring the progress and the data in order to make adjustments and further support the school site. All right, and then next slide. And next slide. The next steps that we have for the 23-24 LCAP, we are today in the middle of a public hearing. And then next Tuesday on the 27th, we have the LCAP adoption. So we'll be presenting once again to solicit the adoption. And then finally, the last step for the submission and meeting education code requirements is we are submitting the adopted LCAP to the San Joaquin County Office of Education no later than July 1. But I do want to make a preface that this does not mean that once we have approved the LCAP, that the process stops. This is when we are now continuing to move forward. We're continuing to work with our stakeholder or educational partnership groups and further refining and supporting those actions to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our students. Next slide. Another next step that we have is working on our educational partner engagement plan. This is where we will be establishing an inclusive engagement plan that will identify a timeline, that will identify who our educational partners are. It'll also include our collective commitments, what is required from us, and then also the in response to our educational partners. And then next slide. So I'd like to say thank you for allowing for us to be able to provide this overview, and also to all of our educational partners who provided an extensive amount of feedback. Without that information, that feedback, we would not have been able to have provided a draft LCAP for you tonight. Thank you.
Tiffany, I also want to say good evening, Superintendent Miller, Dr. Miller, Dr. Rodriguez, President Flores, and trustees. That I just want to extend my deepest gratitude to all of our parents that have been deeply involved in this process. I just appreciate them so much, because through their feedback, we were able to do a quick reset, do a quick U-turn. And so I do see Mr. Thaddeus Smith in our audience today, African American Black PAC, just amazing work, our DLAC, our PAC, CAC, just all of our parents that came and were super committed to all of those late evenings, all those hours, all that work, because we were not working by ourselves. So just really appreciate all of that support, all the feedback. I know sometimes it's hard to hear that feedback, but we appreciate you, because that made us a team and we're all learning together. So just extension of my gratitude. Thank you so much.
Can I have the microphone?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your presentation. I do have.
Actually,
I want to thank you.
trustee
I want to
members?
ask you a question.
Wait, we're out of order. Can you pause your questions? Because we are ready for public testimony, and then after public testimony, you can give your comments. So thank you, Tiffany. And now we will move on to public testimony. So
Yes, trustees, we currently have 5 comment cards for item 8.1. First comment is from Ms. Catherine Lewis.
Greetings, Dr. Miller, President Flores, and SUSD Board. My name is Dr. Catherine Lewis. I am a resource teacher and also the current president of Black Employees Association. I would like to express my thanks to the board members that did attend the Black graduation celebration. Your attendance was very important and appreciated. It is my absolute pleasure to be here this evening to advocate on behalf of Black students. Every year in my classroom at the beginning of the year, I take time to explain the difference between equity and equality. I do this at the beginning to be proactive in heading off any misunderstandings due to various accommodations that many of my students may have. Equity is something that many of us are comfortable discussing, but not necessarily implementing. Equity is the act of providing what is needed in order to level the playing field so that all students have access regardless of their abilities. The data has shown that many Black students experience high rates of absenteeism, high suspension rates, and low academic rankings. Today, I am asking the board to truly practice equity in their decision-making when considering item 8.1. As a district, we must be proactive in providing fundamental support that can address the academic, social, and emotional needs of Black students. Other districts such as Oakland Unified, San Francisco Unified, and LA Unified have implemented initiatives to deconstruct the systematic barriers that many Black students face in today's public school systems. As one of California's largest school districts, what are we going to do to guarantee the success of the Black students in our district? During the pandemic, many of us raised our fists and chanted Black Lives Matter, but I'm here today to tell you that so does Black Minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Mr. Thaddeus Smith III.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Miller, Assistant Superintendent Ramirez, supporting staff and administration. We all know the saying, a goal without a plan is merely a wish. Another quote by Peter F. Drucker, who has been described as the founder of modern management, says, unless commitment is made, there are only promises and hopes, but no plans. My name is Thaddeus Smith III, and I come today with the grace of God to bring to the forefront what I know is His will. As the president of the African American Black Parent Advisory Committee, an active member of the Stockton NAACP, and last but not least, a parent, I'd like to address a critical issue that has long been neglected within our school district: the lack of equitable funding and support for the success of African American students in the Local Control Accountability Plan. It is with deep concern and a sense of urgency that I bring forth this matter to your attention. For far too long, Stockton Unified has failed to strategically provide the necessary resources and support to ensure the closure of the achievement gap of African American students. This systemic neglect has perpetuated educational disparities and hindered the academic, social, and emotional growth of our children. It is time to rectify this injustice and invest in their futures. Equitable funding is not a mere gesture. It is the basic obligation that Stockton Unified must uphold to ensure equal opportunities. Our African American students face unique challenges and barriers that require targeted intervention and support. Yet, the current allocation of resources fails to address these specific needs adequately. This imbalance is evident in the persistent achievement gap, high dropout rates, far below grade level test scoring in both reading and math, chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and also limited access to advanced courses and college preparatory programs for African American students within our district. It is crucial that we adopt a proactive approach for the 2023-24 school year and beyond to reverse these historical trends and promote equity within our schools. Outside of schools that are specific to students with disabilities, Stockton Unified from a district level spends an average of $15,000 to $16,000 per student per year. This per pupil spending is important to understand when comparing groups, especially African Americans and students with disabilities, who both have a similar enrollment size and achievement issues in our district. A distinctive funding difference is the specialized schools receive $20,000 to $95,000 per student, and rightfully so.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Next comment is from Miss Shirley Washington.
I just have to acknowledge we have a local celebrity here at the podium right now.
Good evening. Protocol has been established. I am Shirley Washington. I am a retired teacher from Stockton Unified School District. Over 36 years, I taught in this district, and I was proud to be a teacher in Stockton Unified School District. I'm also a member, executive board of the NAACP. I'm here to speak on 8.1. And I would like to, this is kind of I would like to commend the LCAP staff for all the time and effort that you have put into bringing the LCAP forward. It's a good one, but it's still not a stellar plan. We as African Americans, we want to see our students achieve. And so for so long, we are African American students in this district. We have about 3,500 African American students in this district, and most of them are below grade level. And this has been going on for too long. So I'm here to appeal to you for the funds that are allocated for goal number 5 to be increased. We want Stockton Unified to be a stellar board, a stellar district, that we put ourselves on the map for good things. And so we are losing our students. As one of our speakers said, we have over 200 students that have gone to charter schools. We are in competition, people. We are losing our students. So we've got to think outside this box and let's do something and stop arguing, and let's put our heads together, forget about the past, think about the future, and let's go forward and make our SUSD good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Miss D. Audrea Davy.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Again, my name is Deidre Davy. I am the first Vice President of the NACP Stockton branch. On behalf of the President, Executive, and Education Committee, we would like to express our concern of the local control and accountability plan that has been underfunded for years. And the SUSD has not provided enough resources to help close the achievement gap of our Black students. We want SUSD to ensure that the LCAP acknowledges and addresses the unique needs of Black students, fostering a more inclusive and equitable educational environment. The NACP Stockton branch has been advocating to Stockton Unified School District to be more inclusive with funding and resources for LCAP for many years with little movement. Stockton Unified School District has not adequately provided funding for its Black students. We demand an increase in funding and comprehensive plan that is designed to address the complex challenges facing Black students in SUSD. NACP Stockton Branch recommends that SUSD develop a more culturally responsive curriculum that reflects the experiences and perspectives of their Black students. NACP Stockton Branch recommends that the LCAP prioritizes equitable resources allocation to address the disparities and inequities that Black students and their parents have faced. This can involve allocating funds to support targeted programs and services, providing additional academic support, strategies to reduce discipline disparities, and addressing infrastructure and facility needs. The NACP Stockton Branch is committed to ensuring that Black students in SUSD have the opportunity to reach their full potential. We stand with the Black Parent Advisory Committee, as well as the Black Employees Association of SUSD. We believe with the restructuring of the SUSD board, there would be a more in-depth conversation and resolutions as to how funds and resources for the LCAP is allocated to address these needs that the data illustrates is needed for our Black students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is from Reverend Ernest Williams.
Good evening. I want to voice my support and my appreciation for the discussion that we kind of had tonight. The LCAP team, you did an excellent presentation. I was real happy with it. The only part that I was disappointed is when I started looking at funds. And I think my other vice president of the NAACP said it well. This has been going on too long. I can say that I'm a product of the Stockton Unified School District, and I don't know if there's been a great improvement in terms of allocations of LCAP funds for the African American community, but the data speaks for itself. And I'm sure that superintendent and her assistant over here, doctor over here, can take a look at those figures. Mathematics was not my major, but I can count. And I can tell you that you can do better as a board. You can do better as LCAP team. And I appreciate what the doctor who just left talked about, his collaboration with all the different partners. That's great. That's nice to hear. And it was another young man up here was preaching togetherness. Well, I want to preach togetherness, but I want to get there together with funds, help, consideration, and equity.
Thank you. Trustees, this concludes public testimony for item 8.1. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to trustees' comments. Trustee Mendez, you had some questions on hold?
Yes, I have to, can you come in? Please, thank you so much for taking this time. The reason why I wanted to talk to you, because you talk about number 8 about the groups targeting. They are right what they're saying. Then the district failed to the African-American community. They failed to the Cambodians. They failed to the minorities because sometimes we don't have the money, but we cannot be making excuses. We had to look for money. We had to do for things. And which of the subgroups then you are concerned right now? All the subgroups or which subgroups? When you start subgroups, you say number 8 about helping them to achieve the gap, because I've been having so many complaints of the Cambodian and Laotian, then they are not being served, and the children of color also they are not being served. So they are right. Then children are not being served, and we need to serve them also. So are they are part of the subgroups, or which ones are the subgroups that you have?
They are part of the subgroups
Uh-huh.
as well, but Education Code 52072.5 and 52072.0 requires the district to develop an LCAP goal to target closing the performance gaps for student groups that have underperformed on the California Schools dashboard for more than 3 years. And those target groups are students with disabilities, African Americans, foster youth, and homeless youth. There are other subgroups that have been identified as well. And we've talked about actions in the actions 1 through 3. Goals 1 through 3, target actions toward those groups as well. But by education code and with guidance from the San Joaquin County Office of Education, we are required to develop goals that address the needs of those students. And when you combine it with Education Code 52064, we are to develop those goals in communication with our stakeholder groups, which is why those goals formed the way they did with the feedback from the community.
Thank you. I have no more questions. I don't know if they have any more questions.
Thank you.
Yes. So Tiffany, can you speak a little bit about the timeline for for goals 5, 6, and 7? Do you know when we'll have some completion on those?
So we are going to begin working with our educational partners probably July 1. That way we can have a little bit of a break. So continue to meet with them. And so I'm hoping that through the month of July, we will be able to have a resolution as to what those agreed upon actions are. So that's my internal deadline that I would like to have. So that we can ensure that we have enough time to be able to implement those actions and processes timely.
Okay. Vice President Stevens, I just want to insert myself in here, and I just want to say that really the urgency is now working with our different parent advisory committees. Our goal is to work with Dr. Rodriguez to identify a steering committee through our Black Students Thrive subcommittee to begin the work on developing our African American Student Achievement Plan. And we'd like to do that as soon as possible. Hopefully, before fall, just getting together with Dr. Rodriguez and identifying what folks should be part of that conversation. Again, so that we are able to implement this upcoming school year and not spend the whole year trying to develop a plan with no implementation. That is what we're hearing loud and clear from our parents, our stakeholders.
Okay, well, I think Black Students Thrive is the subcommittee to run the work through, but I also want to talk about too, when we talk about supports, we need to increase our MOUs for the educational partners. Are we looking at utilizing a RFP process to increase community partners to support African-American students?
So Yes, when we're looking at the Black Student Achievement Plan, definitely we will need to move forward with an RFP process just to cover the ensure that we have the timeline met, but we also have the expertise in the room and being able to develop an adequate plan. We also will ensure that they are able to identify those partners, those gaps, and for us to be able to fully develop that alignment with our LCAP. So in that particular action, having a vendor will be greatly supported. We'll also be able to include the research evaluation from an outside external evaluator that will be able to further provide information and that guidance for us.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick add, we did look at the, in consulting with the African-American parent groups, we did look at LAUSD's LCAP as well as their achievement plan, as well as Oakland Unified, San Francisco Unified, and a variety of other districts for best practices. And all of those districts, and it's an action reflected, as Ms. Ashford said in this plan, is to bring in an external evaluator to help support the process and the development of a coherent goal.
That was my question is, do you plan on bringing in somebody else to help carry out this amazing work that you guys are doing?
Yes, we are planning on doing that. Yes. And so with that, it may be extended out to the other student groups, but our first priority and focus that we're looking at, because that's we already have an action that's already lined that we can move forward with an RFP process beginning July 1.
Okay, thank you.
And as a quick follow-up to Trustee Mendez's question about the sub of the other subgroups, the reason goals 7 and 8 were also input into the LCAP is because those goals allow the district to move with precision to target actions and services at the school site level, which is where subgroup performance is going to differ. For example, subgroup performance at the district level will clearly show that African-American subgroups, students with disability subgroups are the lowest performing subgroups across the board. But if you go into school level data, you'll see that that varies across different areas as well as different schools. And that's why we targeted the CSI goal and the ATSI goal for allow for district support at student group level that's targeted to area and school.
Sorry, I have one more comment. Go ahead. So I just want to make sure that Dr. Rodriguez will have her eyes on the plan and that we can also begin to look at per dollar amount per student so that we make sure that we increase the amount that's there, because I don't believe that it provides the equitable funding that we need to make sure that there is a comprehensive plan to support student success. So Dr. Rodriguez, you got your hands full.
I've been watching you guys work all day and all night. You guys have been here until like really late at night, bringing your children here. Parents and community have sat here. I think this is the first time in a long time that I've seen the amount of partnership being displayed through building this LCAP plan. And although it's not quite where we want it to be, it does give us a glimpse of hope that its goal is attainable, and that I do foresee us reaching a stronger partnership and building it as we go. And I look forward to the amazing achievement plan and the success that's going to come out of that. And I just really want to acknowledge Dr. Ramirez for her team effort, that she's there with you all. And you hardly see that where everybody's on the team playing and being held accountable. And I'm super proud, and I could give kudos all day to you all, but parents, the African American PAC, you really stepped up and you've given patience and educating our staff, and the fact that you guys were open-minded to listening. And this is my whole thing. Change is uncomfortable. And you guys have made uncomfortable look like easy. And so I just want to say thank you, and I respect all of you for the work that you guys are doing.
Oh, wait, I have one more question. I'm sorry. Does the LCAP have to go to the county on the 1st? Or do we have a little bit of grace period?
So no later than the 1st. It's either on or before the 1st of July, and it's no later than 3 days from the adoption.
Got it. Okay.
So technically, the next day I'll be sending it over by email.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. And we will now move on to item 8.2, public hearing authorizing expenditures from the Education Protection Account, APA, for fiscal year 23-24, according to Article X111 and Section 36 of the California Constitution. I will open public hearing. And do we have any staff reports? Okay, Ms. Joanne Radis will join us at the podium.
Good evening. EPA is the Educational Protection Act. It's part of our component of the district entitlement. It can be used for instructional. So we have a spreadsheet, the handout from Business Plus that shows where it's in the 1400 resource. What we'll be doing quarterly is moving the instruction, teachers' salaries and benefits over to that fund. I think the handout is on. There it is. We get it for Fund 1 and Fund 9, Charter Fund.
Go ahead.
Is it in this?
No.
It's on the.
It's on the attachment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
online. That's it. That's it. Okay, do we have any staff? Oh, you were just staff reports. Any public testimony?
Yes, trustees, we have one public comment card for item 8.2. It's from Mr. Thaddeus Smith III.
He just, Thaddeus, are you out there? Oh, okay. Did you hear us calling you? For EPA? Huh? Oh. Well, you sent it an email? Oh, okay, so you're done. Okay. All right. Any trustee comments? Okay, closing public hearing. Wait, hold on.
So when we talk about the budget for 23, 24, we won't be deficit spending? Is that a fact?
So that's the next presentation. This is the EPA.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, closing public hearing. Moving on to item 8.3, public hearing on proposed 23-24 budget for all funds. And I'm gonna open public hearing and staff report.
Good evening, President, Clerk, Trustee, Dr. Miller, and Dr. Rodriguez. Today, I will be presenting the 23-24 proposed budget adoption. Next slide. Per Education Code, Section 42127 states that on or before July 1st of each year, the governing board of each school district shall accomplish the following: hold a public hearing on the budget to be adopted for the successful fiscal year. That's what we're doing today. Adopt the budget. That will be on next Tuesday, June 27th, and file the budget with the county superintendent of schools. And we must do that before July 1st. Next slide. I always like to include this annual financial report schedule. This kind of gives an overview of what we are reporting for the year. So July 1st is our adopted budget. August is the 45-day revision. So after the state budget is enacted, if there's any major changes, we can revise our budget at that, and that's the 45-day revision. December is our first interim reporting. March is our second interim reporting. In June, we must complete estimated actuals, and that helps us establish the next year 24-25 adopted budget. And then September, we have our closing. That's our unaudited actuals. Next slide. These are factors that we use to help develop the budget. These key factors are enrollment, attendance, unduplicated pupil percentage, LCFF increase and decrease, position control, STIRS and PERS, special education, and routine repair and maintenance. Next slide. Another factor that we use to help develop the budget is items from the May revise. Governor Newsom in his May revise on May 12th. These are the items that he proposed: an LCFF COLA of 8.13, an 8.22 COLA to special ed, preschool, childcare, development, child nutrition, adult ed, mandated block grant, foster youth, American Indian education, and early childhood education. They're proposing a reduction to one-time arts, music, and instructional block grant by 34%. They're reducing one-time learning recovery block grant by 32%. The art and music funding proposition 28, that is estimated to bring in about 933 million. That was not included in first interim, in budget development, because it was only estimated, it's site-based, but we will be making those changes in first interim. And then the expanded learning opportunity, the funding will maintain the same, but there's a proposed to extend the 21-22 allocation carryover. It is very important to note that although the May revise fully funds the statutory COLA and avoids cuts to ongoing education, we still need to be aware that there is an estimated 31.5 billion state deficit for the 23-24 year. It is essential that the district continues to assess our individual needs and works closely with the COE and plans accordingly to maintain fiscal solvency. Next slide. One item we have is the letter of concern. I'm actually going to bring up Willie Gutierrez. He's been working closely with getting these items completed. And so we want to give you a status on the updated, on the outstanding items.
So I'll speak a little bit about the fiscal expert. A fiscal expert has shared historical information and has put historical context to various financial transactions, and the information has been welcomed. Fiscal expert provided technical information in some areas like charter school LCAP budgets, district LCAP budget as well, provided information on Business Plus reports that we didn't have before. Projection Pro is a tool that or a software that is used to do multi-year projections, and fiscal expert was able to walk us through that process. We also had the opportunity to work with the fiscal expert to look at ADA and enrollment calculations and look at projection methodology. We have met to discuss budget items in HSCOE letter of concern. During the latter part of May and through last week, we had Teams meetings, phone calls, we had various emails, and also one-on-one visits, not only with myself, but also with various members of our team, budget staff, etc. Some sessions consisted in a couple of hours. Others, like last week, we met 3 days into several hours into the night, working on multi-year projections for this budget. The fiscal expert has worked with us not only with the multi-year projections, but also reviewed other financial transactions that are incorporated into the 23-24 budget. We intend to continue meeting until all items are addressed. We are currently working to schedule days this week to work with a fiscal expert, and are looking into next week to continue the meetings and continue to review various fiscal items. So with position control, we've had also the opportunity to meet with a fiscal expert and go over the various concerns that are noted on the letter of concern. We've had a couple of meetings to discuss one by one and do comparative reviews of all the position controls and questions that were brought up. We've had a chance to meet internally with the fiscal expert in our HR team, but also last week we had the opportunity to bring our HR team and our business services team and with our county office team to kind of bring up some of the questions and just see what is it that we need to do to resolve the concern. It appears that beyond just the FTEs that were brought up, it seems like we need to look and consider a tighter process for position control and to ensure that all those processes are tightened up. And I think that's the better term and resolution for this item.
So another thing with the County Office of Ed, when it came to position control, they acknowledged the hard work that we all were doing together and working together. HR and business has to be like this. It's very important that we work together, and they acknowledge that, and they understand that this task is probably a little bit more complex than they had thought it to be. So what they want us to do is they are okay with us having some of the positions being frozen, and we are proving to them that some of them were open in error. And what we're also doing is going to work with them to create a procedure that we can show them moving forward, that we're going to make sure we avoid what has happened in the last couple of years to ensure that our position control is straight. Cash recon. So what cash recon is, it's our cash that we receive. We have different funds that we have our cash in. Because we are not on the same system with the County Office of Ed right now. We have to reconcile with the County Office of Ed and then also the county auditors. And so when there's a bunch of people touching it, stuff can get misposted and they can be in different areas. So one thing when we had a process in place, unfortunately, with the turnover in management, it kind of slipped the crack. Everybody was struggling last year. We are putting that process back in place. We are also putting new stuff in there where we can track all the ones that are outstanding. We are reconciling back 2 years, and we are going to submit fund transfers to get the funds correctly transferred into the correct funds. And that's being done currently, and we'll have it done by the end of the month.
Regarding the Fund 40, Fund 40 is considered it's the Reserve Capital Outlay Fund. It's reserved for other capital projects. This is another item that was brought up in the letter of concern. Beginning in 2015, there were various transfers to Fund 40 from general fund relating to facility projects, etc. During fiscal year 1920, in expectant of a potential downturn and possible loss of funding and staffing, Fund 40 was analyzed. Previous leadership decided to transfer some of the bond costs to proper bonds such as Fund 21 and leave Measure Q remaining funds in Fund 40. Other funds other than Measure Q bonds were transferred to general fund such as Lakeside School, or as we know it, Flor Arcata Mata. This meant that there were no other funds to cover costs out of Fund 40 for the Arthur Coleman building. All costs incurred for this project should come now out of general fund. Superintendent, Cabinet, Facilities, and Business Services should meet to review remaining projects and develop and follow a established budget and stay on task.
So for the initial project for Fund 40, for this building was to be paid out of Fund 40. All those revenue that was set aside for this was moved to Fund 1. So moving forward, if there's any board agenda items, they must show that this building is being paid out of Fund 1. So it's very important that we still have some stuff to complete on this building. We need to sit down, business, planning, the superintendent, cabinet, and set a budget for that. And we have an analyst that monitors that and make sure they stay within budget to get this building completed. Bargaining agreements. So last year, the bargaining agreements, what the normal process is for an agreement, for bargaining agreement, is you have the agreement and your AB 1200. And they're both usually done in open floor, an open session. Last year, most of them were doing closed session. The AB 1200 is usually done by business. It was not done by business. It was done by HR, and that was brought in open session. What we're learning is now we're reconciling and the fiscal expert is helping us with this. And what we're noticing to see is that some of these AB 1200s, even though they were approved by the board, they were never reviewed by SJCOE. So this is where we're working with them on how we're going to rectify that, because they have been approved, but we need to go back and see if we have to bring them back to the board after the county approves it. And that's what we're working with her this week on clearing. Next slide. The next slide will describe the proposed budget. So I wanted to add this slide to show the difference between our ADA and enrollment. So we do have a high enrollment, but what really matters is, and how we're funded by our LCFF is by ADA. So as you look at this chart, you can see how in 1920, we had an enrollment of 35,000 students, but our ADA was actually only 32,000. So that meant we were at 93% of our students were coming to school. In 2021, that was the COVID year. So we were enrolled at 33,000 and we had about 31,000 in ADA. And then you look at 21-22, our actuals. We were enrolled at 34,000. Our ADA dropped to 29. So you see our ADA is fluctuating. So we went down to 85% of our students coming. 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25. Those are estimated. So we reported P2, and in our P2, we show enrollment at 33, but we have 29 students coming, 29,000 students coming. 23 and 24, we did as 100% cohort moving over. We did this based on analysts to see what we've done before, and we also took the recommendation of SJCOE on that. So I wanted to show the fluctuation of our ADA and how that's what we're funded off of, and how much enrollment we actually have, and actually what students are actually what they call butts in the seats coming to class. Next slide. So our estimated revenue for 23-24 is about 831 million. 478 million is LCFF sources. Federal revenue is about 224. Other state revenues, 119 million, and other local revenues, 8 million. Next slide. (23-24) unrestricted expenditures. Our certificated salaries is at 164 million. Classified is 58 million. Employee benefits is 112 million. Books and supplies is 28 million. Services and other operating expenses is 45 million, and capital outlay is 655,000. Next slide. This is our restricted expenditures. Certificated salaries is 68 million. Classified salary is 48 million. Employee benefits is 84 million. Books and supplies is 181 million. Services and other operating is 34 million, and capital outlay is 80 million. A lot of this funding that you'll see in expenditures are from our ESSER funding and our one-time funding. So I put this slide in because I want to use a dollar to kind of represent how our expenses would reflect on a dollar. So if you look, if we had a dollar, 40% of that dollar would go to certificated salaries. 14% would go to classified salaries. 27% goes to employees' benefits. 7% goes to books and supplies. 11% goes to services and other operating. So what that is, that's our gas, PG&E, mileage, water, anything that we use to operate the school district. And then you see that really tiny one, it's 0.17 for capital outlay. So I wanted to break it up to kind of show if we had a dollar, what represents our expenses on that. Next slide. The total amount that we're contributing from unrestricted to restricted is 85 million. We have, that includes special ed, ROTC, and routine repair and maintenance. They're required at 3%. Next slide. Multi-year projection. So multi-year projection is required by AB 1200 and AB 2756. What we take is we take our assumptions and decisions, and that's how we project. Projections are not predictions. We're just trying to predict what we're going to be spending this year. But projections are expected to change, as budget is like an ever-telling story and it always changes. We will make those changes accordingly with the budget. Next slide. This is our multi-year projection for unrestricted. So for this year, our revenue that we're receiving in for just this year is 492 million on unrestricted. Our expenditures, in that expenditure column also includes our indirect that we will be receiving and our out for LCFF to the county disbursement. So our expenditures are 399 million. Our contribution is 85 million. So with that, that shows an increase to our fund balance of 7 million. So our beginning balance at the beginning of 23-24, after we did estimated, we are estimated at 132 million as our beginning balance. Fund 17. So Fund 17 was a resolution that was done in 2021 to increase our required amount that we have to have in our reserves to 10%. We are required, we used to be required to do 2% to our reserves, but because we are declining enrollment, we have to now hold 3%. The resolution that was brought forward was to increase it to 10, but we were going to move those funds into a Fund 17. So when we do the 7%, the total amount for that is 63 million. But in estimated actuals, we actually put in the 44 million that should have been in there for a while. It hasn't been in there, so we started establishing that Fund 17. So when we do our expenses for this year, we do it with restricted and unrestricted expenses, and we times it by 7 million. So we need to include an additional 18 million to that Fund 17. So that's where you see that transfer out. That's going into Fund 17. So those funds right there, we can't move them out without getting permission from the board. We would have to go to another resolution to come in if we need those funds for something else. On the out years, you see that we don't have anything on the out years is because our expenditures actually go down because our restricted expenditures like our ESSER is going away. So we don't have those expenditures. So it's going down. So that's where we may need to go in and adjust it, but we would still have to do a resolution to you to bring down Fund 17's amount. The out going to the Fund 25 is 500,000. That's for debt services. That's for certificate of participation. That's our Fund 25. We do that every year. We budget out 500,000 to them. So our ending balance for 23-24 is 120 million. Now, when we look at 24 and 25 and 25-26, that's when you start seeing that we are deficit spending. If you look at 24, we get a 493 million, but our expenditure increases to 417. The reason why that is because we are having to move the ESSER fund positions that are paid right now into this fund. So we have to show them because we did not eliminate them this year. We have to show them going back into general fund. But we still have time to change that. Even though it shows that we're deficit spending 7 million and 4 million in 25-26, we still have time to change that. The best way to do that is really start looking at our funding that we receive. If there is on our restricted funding, no sub-planning rule, we can start looking to move positions into correct funding because we may get funding for grants or like ELOP title. We need to start looking really at our positions and seeing if that fits within that title and that grant because we can move that funding in there and that will relieve the general fund. So we still have time to fix this in order so we don't have to lay off the people under ESSER funding. So that's why we don't have anything going to Fund 17 because actually we should be reducing Fund 17 because our 7% will not be the 68 million. So as you see at our ending balance, because we have those positions, you see it slowly going down. Next slide. This is our multi-year projection for restricted. So this is where you see all our ESSER funding. It looks like we are deficit spending, but that's because that's still a one-time funding that we need to spend down. So you can slowly see in 24-25, we do show a decrease of 82 million because we are spending out that one-time funding. And then in 24-25, we have a decrease of 41. That's another one-time funding that we're spending down. So this is why you see that deficit spending in here is because we're spending down those one-time funding. And you can even see on the expenditures, how the expenditures drop is because we do move over, because we lose the ESSER one-time funding. So whatever we were supporting with the one time, that's going to go away. And then the positions go into general fund. Okay, next slide. And this is just a combination of both, all of them together. And you can see the decrease that you see in there. That's due to the one-time funding being spent out. And you can see where we don't do the transfer out for the Fund 17 because our expenditures have dropped. So by 25-26, our ending balance for both restricted and unrestricted is 109 million. Next slide. This is our components of our ending fund balance. We have 1,270,000 for non-spendable. That's our stores and our revolving account. Our restricted in our ending fund balance for this year is 42 million. So the other commitment that shows 56,245,000, that was another resolution that was done to commit it to items such as compensation increases, step and columns, education costs, supplies and services, inflation, and other items that will help inflate the budget. So we have that there. If we need to withdraw from that, we do have to bring it to you as a resolution that we're going to reduce that cost, that expense. Then other assignments, we had to put $6 million in another assignment for the IAQ, for the thing that was during the FICMAC extraordinary audit. We're holding it into that fund balance until we determine, or when CD or the government will ask us for that money back. So we have it sitting there. That's for the IAQ. Other assignments, 28 million. That's for any reduction in one times. CSEA Resource 7415, that's our summer school program that we have. We're required to pay the benefits off that. So we're holding that to pay the benefits for that. And then there's our 3% reserve. That's 27 million. Next slide. The next steps are to make any adjustments, if any, from the 45-day revision. It really depends on what's going to be enacted on July 1st. Continue to project for 23-24 enrollment and staffing, and continue to monitor our enrollment and one-time funds and uses. Any questions or comments?
I got a question. Phone?
Now it is public testimony.
Trustees, we do not have any public testimony for item 8.3. Thank you.
And now we go on to trustee comments.
Can I have the mic?
Yes.
Something catch my eye, Joanne, what you're saying about that we have like 33,000 students, but then in the end it's 29. So approximately how many children? Is 3,000 or 4,000 that we're losing?
For this year?
Yeah.
We're not losing them. What is happening is they're not coming to class.
They're coming, but it's.
We
still
need to
they're
get
not
them to
coming.
come to class, yeah. So it's about, for this year, I believe it's about 89% of our students are coming to class. Is what,
It's
and what
only
we're projecting
89%?
is 89%.
Mhm. And to the charter schools, how many children then we have? Then they go, they'll be going over there where the kids are.
So we have to complete a charter shift. It's not a big amount. It's really not having an impact on our budget with the students going to the charter schools. It's not. It's a very minimal. We had to do a charter shift that we were required by COE to do, and it's not a big amount.
Okay, thank you.
For the floor, Madam President.
Yes.
So when you talked about aligning some of the positions into different funds, what's the timeline to make that happen?
We're going to start working on that now. So last year was a lot of us just cleaning up, putting correct account codes, getting stuff kind of corrected from the last couple of years. Right now, I do have 2 analysts that are very familiar with doing that. They've had experience in that, so they already started. So with this, like our ESSER 2, they've already started to move funding because that's ending. That's the one that does not require a plan. So they are going through those and they're seeing what expenses we can move over. We're not changing their funding. We're just changing the expenses this year to kill out that grant. What we need to start doing is really looking at ELOP and seeing what ELOP can help pay for. We need to look to see if title, without something we go with Tiffany, any of our one-time funding, as long as there's not a supplanting rule, we can be able to move expenses over there. And we have to ensure the EPA gets done because that's where the whole issue with our position control, because we have to make sure it's completed and that we actually have the right funding source on there.
And then I had a few questions as well, if that's okay, Madam President.
Yes.
So the first one, you mentioned position control. And what you said was that there was some issue with the FTEs, so the number of people that were hired that may or may not be in those positions. But you talked a little bit about the county kind of recognizing that this issue might have been a little bit more complex than they thought. Could you give us a little more background of that? I know that this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while with regard to the position control. We never really got like a full understanding of what that looks like and, you know, where it developed or where it came from, right? But we know we're dealing with it currently.
So when we had our meeting with the county, it was consisted of different departments. The last couple of years, they were struggling. I mean, from what I got was that because of the change in leadership, no leadership in business, that they were struggling. So they held on to positions or they moved them to different. When you have a position, it's assigned to a site. That position is not assigned to a person. If that person moves to a different site, the position stays with the site, but the person moves to a new position. At that time, they said they were holding on to position numbers like gold. So it's just been accumulation of the last 2 years and just really of us having to work together and get this stuff sorted out. And some were open error because we did do paper EPAs. EPAs got lost. People couldn't find them, so they started submitting more EPAs. And so that's where I believe that the duplicated started happening because there was an area in EPA. We get stacks of EPA. I mean, we could get stacks of this much when we had paper. And those EPAs sometimes got processed twice. And so there was 2 PCN created for just 1 EPA. So it's a lot of us having to clean up, go through the EPAs and look for those paper EPAs. That's one of the things we have to put in our record retention policy, is to make sure that our records are kept on for 5 years so we can go back and look at this. And then we can prove to county that this wasn't a position that was approved. It was just a position that was open in error.
And could you tell me about how many positions, like ballpark, round number, that you would approximate it to be, and then what that impact was on our fiscal outcomes?
Let me call Vicky because she worked on this and
And just if it helps to re-clarify, just about how many of those positions are we talking about, a ballpark number, and then like about, how much money that might have been impacting, like how much money was, from those positions were impacting our budget.
So, okay, Joanne, I need your help. I'm a little nervous. I'm good with numbers, but not words. So there was about 175 positions, but out of those 175, I believe 193 were restricted. So the only positions I looked at were the unrestricted that affected our general fund. So the restricted balances itself out by their grants. And then there was like, I think 67 that were stipends that were considered FTE. So I didn't include those, but when I reviewed the unrestricted, there was a total of about 50 FTE. And then I froze like 24 because I believe they were duplicated. So we're going to review those 50 and the 24 that I froze. And then that was the total for the unrestricted. The rest remained open or were filled since second interim.
Okay, thank you. And then Joanne, I had one more question. Could you give us a little bit more about the Fund 40 transfers and the Coleman building piece? Because I got a little bit of that, but I was trying to understand, because I heard that we moved some money from the Fund 40 into the general fund. Now we're being told that we're going to have to fund, this building or anything that we continue to do from the general fund. But when was that transfer made, and like, why didn't we see it before now? Because I think that that's a really important piece.
So the initial, when this building was first coming to light where they wanted to build it, we put money in Fund 40 to help for this budget, this building. I believe it was about 20 million. But there was also money put in there for other projects such as Mata School and what was the other one? Lakeview. So what happens was they determined that they only want to use Fund 40 for specific Measure Q bonds. So what we had to do was we had to start moving stuff out. So some of the motto was moved to a bond account. And then when that released those expenses, and when we released the expenses and moved them to Fund 1 from Fund 40, that released the revenue, and the revenue was put into Fund 1. It wasn't only because they decided with Measure Q, there was this thing going around the COVID time that there was where we may get deferrals. We weren't going to meet funding. We may would have laid off employees. And so at that time, leadership thought it was more important to focus on the employees and not the building. So we moved that funding into Fund 1. So what happened after that was that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. Some of that funding has been moved and been used for to cover some deficits. So now, because that was decided back in a previous leadership to pay this building out of Fund 1, that's where I was trying to find out where it was presented to the board, because it's important, because from my understanding is that you guys were notified that it was being paid out of Fund 40. But in between that time, it went to Fund 1. And so we were being instructed by SJCOE and the fiscal expert that it has to be in Fund 1, and we have the backup. So we moved it to Fund 1. But the problem is now we have that fund balance. Part of that should be for this building. So we have to sit there now and establish a budget in Fund 1. Nothing should for this building should be going through Fund 40.
So just for my understanding, what it sounds like is that there were some deficits that were in our general fund in terms of our cash reserves were not at the level adequate to cover some of those deficits. And somehow we took money from our special reserve for capital outlay that was supposed to go on Lakeview and on Coleman. And it sounds like Lakeview, those funds were moved to Q, Measure Q. However, some of those funds for this actual building, 20 million or more or so, were moved into Fund One, and it may have propped up our reserves, is what it sounds like.
It was to help that we weren't good deficit spend because it was projected at that time at budget development that we were going to be deficit spending. So that funds were moved over to help with that. But
And-
in reality, it didn't happen. We didn't deficit spend that year in our unaudited actuals. So
Okay,
that money's in there. It's not designated in a certain area. It's just part of our fund balance.
okay. And is that like something that we would do, like historically? Is that something that fiscally would do? Is that like a best practice that we would have? Because it sounds like it's created a lot of confusion.
It's not probably the best practice to do if you are going to do that. Because you have to look at whether a building's more important or the employees are more important. So it can be used to do that, but it's very important that we inform the board. And I think that's where the confusion, because everybody thought this building was out of Fund 40, so they just kept paying it out of Fund 40, but it was actually moved to Fund 1. And that's why we want to make sure that you guys are aware that it's Fund 1. So anything that comes for this building needs to be paid out of Fund 1, not Fund 40.
Okay, thank you.
I'm doing my best to be kind. Our meeting with the County Office of Ed versus the information that you're giving us today, is the changes that you're doing now after the meeting that I was in the room with the County Office of Ed? Or is this?
This is changes based on what second interim and then our meeting with the county ed. The biggest one was our Fund 40 and our position control. Fund 40, I just wanted to make sure I had a reconciliation of what was happening so we can see what was moved around. I worked with the fiscal expert, Willie worked with the fiscal expert, and so we did move those expenses from Fund 40 into Fund 1. Position control, we had that meeting with everyone and they understand the complexity of this whole issue with position control. So they understand why we're not putting them in the budget and they understand that. They said they're fine with that as long as we could keep proving why those were created in error and that we create a structure that's sound and we keep working with them and keep them informed on our process for position control.
And are we using the fiscal expert more often now?
Yes, she was here with them last week till 9 o'clock at night, helping them out.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. So I'm not going to talk about what they said about in that meeting. I'm going to look forward to the changes that you guys are going to be working on. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues?
No, I just want to say something. I just want to thank you. It was very confusing and still, this situation, it happened too many things and they were unnecessary and a lot of misleading. And this is very, very hard, not just to us as board members, but to the unions, where the money is, or where it is. But you know what? It is what it is right now. And we're moving on. And thank you, because I thought it was coming out from 40, to be honest. I was seeing, but thank you for the correction.
And I really want to thank the budget team. They worked really hard on getting this completed. They worked really hard this year, trying to get everything cleaned up and fixed from the last couple of years. And they're working really hard. So I really do want to thank all my analysts and my budget manager, my county manager, and Willie. They worked really hard on this.
Thank you, Joanne. And I do just want to give you guys benefit of the doubt. It's not all on you all. You guys are left to pick up the pieces. It was at the end of the day, previous leadership who should have been a better leader for you all. Thank you.
Can I have
And we will go ahead and close public hearing.
Again, you're not gonna allow me to speak? Wow.
Moving on to item 9.1, approval of second reading of administrative regulation and board policy 6164.2, guidance in school counseling services. Can I get a motion?
I motion.
Second.
Discussion?
Can we repeat who motioned?
I did, Sophia Cologne.
Don Air, second.
I just want to ask if this is a first reading, second reading. Okay. And this is one we've already went over. Okay. Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Moving on to item 10.1, board committee reports, and Abby will read the oral announcement and announce each board committee for a report, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
This is the opportunity to hear any reports from board committees, specifically regarding prior or upcoming committee meetings. There will be a 3-minute limit per report. First committee report is the City of Stockton Parks and Rec by Trustee Donald Denaire.
Nothing to report tonight. I just have a reminder that the next Parks and Rec Commission meeting will be next Monday. Next Monday, June 26th, 5:30 at the Stockton City Hall on the second floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next report is 3x3, I'm so sorry, San Joaquin County School Boards Association Executive Committee by Trustee Donald Denaire.
No report tonight.
Thank you. Next committee is 3x3 Committee by Clerk Sophia Colon.
All right, everyone, thank you. The 3x3 committee met just recently, and I'll just touch on a couple of things that we discussed. We had a really good thorough discussion on our health and wellness services. Started off with a review of the Care Solace service that you can access from our website. And then talked about the various services that we have available to our students, as well as to our families in regards to how to attain or access counseling services, how those services are then how they progress depending on the need of the student. So it was a very informative meeting. We also heard from Council Member Wright give us a update on the project called Safe Routes to School Project. And we're hoping to see that the project is awarded. We're waiting for the federal budget to update at the end of this month. And so this is a project that will create a safe street corridor on California Street from, if you can imagine it, Oak Park all the way down to McKinley Park. So it's something that the city's been working on to increase and improve safety for our, not just our families, but also our students. We have a couple of schools along the corridor. So just to improve safety in the area. Also, we touched on shared use facilities. For example, being able to use pools during the summer. So he wanted to give us an update that unfortunately it was just, the timing wasn't right for this season. But if we can start discussions for next summer, we may be able to have some kind of collaboration with that. And so that students or just families in the city can use our pools, for example, like at Franklin High School, for example. So we touched on that subject. And that's about it.
Thank you. Next committee is 1852 Foundation Committee by Vice President Stevens.
Thank you, Abby. So no new update. The next meeting for 1852 is Monday, June 26th here in the boardroom at 4 p.m.
Thank you. Next committee is Curriculum and Student Outcomes Committee by Trustee Donald Denaire.
So we had our meeting on June 14th here in the boardroom. This was the longest subcommittee meeting I've ever been to. It was supposed to be 2 hours and it went to 2.5 because of so many folks from the curriculum department was there giving their own updates. They gave an update on what was done this 2022-2023 school year. We went over data, responses and feedback from the field, new and ongoing supports. And also just looking ahead for the 23-24 school year. So just to list all the folks who were presenting on their own parts was the ELA, English Language Arts, Math, Science, Social Studies, K-12 Arts, 9-12 grade World Language, and high school supports, teacher induction, K-12 library services, instructional technology, new resources for teachers. This report is not giving justice to the work that is being done in the curriculum department. So I really commend Dr. Yulin Isa for the work that she's leading in the curriculum department. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, and the next meeting, sorry. The next meeting for curriculum subcommittee is Wednesday, August 16th, 5:30 here in the boardroom.
Thank you. Next committee is English Learner Committee by President Flores.
Good evening. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 24th here in the boardroom at 5:30. It was just rescheduled for July 24th because it was originally in August. But sorry, Abby, I know you did that. I was gonna just see if we can schedule it a little bit sooner. So that we can bring everybody back again, so that we have some time, because I think they start school maybe the week after the teachers come back. And I want to have something before school starts, or the planning anyway, so we can have that discussion. And we were talking about supporting and increasing the dual language programs, and then identifying our English learners in the plan there. So right now it's scheduled for July 24th, unless we can find another date sooner. Thank you, Abby.
Noted, of course, noted. Next committee is Equity Diversity Committee by President Flores.
And that one as well, that next meeting is July 28th at 5:30 here in the boardroom. And no update now because we just haven't had another one since the last meeting.
Thank you. Next committee is Safety and Student Conduct Committee by Vice President Stevens.
Sure, we had a great meeting. Marcus Omlin presented on school safety. We're looking at a massive overhaul for all of our schools. The majority of our principals are asking for gates with cameras so that they can be able to buzz families in and out. They can also see them as they're on campus. We also have some kiosks that I spoke about before over at some of the school sites that we're piloting. The kiosk will allow parents to check in and check out. It also identifies them and runs their name through a database. And then we're looking at lanyards for teachers whenever there is an emergency on campus. They would wear this little button here that they can actually press it, and it would notify the authorities to come over to the school site. We also had a presentation by Chief Franco as well, looking at some of the supports that they'll be providing at the school sites, trainings for students, also training for parents, making sure that we have the same message when it comes to safety, making sure that we understand that doors are locked. All parents and community members are checking in and out of our schools. And then when there is an emergency, we have a cohesive plan that everyone will know. It'll also be communicated to our families. And our next meeting is July 20th here in the boardroom at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you. Next committee is Board Policy Committee by President Flores.
And we've haven't had a policy committee meeting since our last board meeting, but our next policy committee meeting is July 26th at 5:30 here in the boardroom.
Thank you. Next is Budget Oversight Committee by Vice President Stevens.
No new update, but we do meet tomorrow here in the boardroom at 4 p.m. We'll also have our superintendent, Dr. Rodriguez, who will be with us. Also, Tracy Miller will be here with us as well. So we'll be talking about the budget, looking at numbers to make sure that we can move forward for the next school year.
Thank you. Next committee, Superintendent Search Committee by Vice President Stevens.
I mean, the product is in the room, we can just say so. No more meetings. We have our new superintendent. She starts July 1st. She has been here should be here a total of 6 days with the district free of charge. doing a lot of work, making connections, meeting staff members. So far it's been a great ride and we look forward to July 1st. A lot of great things are happening. Tomorrow is also our first meet and greet for the superintendent. We will be here, the boardroom. For many of you who are coming out, we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow and also welcoming Dr. Rodriguez as well.
Next committee, Transformative Justice Committee by Clerk Colon.
All right, thank you. So not much to report. We haven't had a meeting since we last met. It's been, I believe it was end of May. So yeah, May 8th was our last meeting, and we had discussed some previously passed resolutions regarding restorative justice practices. So we're going to continue that discussion at our next meeting, which is August the 14th at 5:30 here in the boardroom.
Thank you. And last committee is Black Students Thrive Committee by Vice President Stevens.
No new update, but we will meet here in the boardroom July 19th at 5:30 p.m. So please come out and support our initiative.
And this concludes committee reports. Thank you.
Thank you all. Moving on to item 10.2, brief reports on trustees' activities, and Abby will read the oral announcement and Christina will be the timekeeper.
This is the opportunity for each trustee to make a brief announcement or to give a brief report on their own recent activities at the district pursuant to the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2A3. There will be a 3-minute limit per report. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and start from my left since I started from my right at the last meeting.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for everybody for coming today. I would like to report that I have been going to some churches that are close by my schools. Of course, the Cambodian community are very concerned. The my Filipino community, then are also the Church of Night of the Rose, are very concerned about the necessities of these communities then that are coming in with the parents, and they feel that they are not being listened. And I understand. I understand. I try my best to show up in there and be as amicable than I can. But somebody approached me in one of those events and asked me questions. So I'm going to say right now in public, I would like very much if you have questions, especially about contracts or anything, please contact 209-933-7070. I don't have no access to contracts or vendors list. Please, contact 209-933-7070. I don't want to be rude in front of people, but sometimes people approach in front of people and it's kind of embarrassing because I don't know. This is the job of staff. It's not my job. That's not, but I just want to bring it to the attention. So that way, and bring it in public because it's better than if people got the phone number. They can make an appointment and maybe they can talk to the superintendente or the attorney or the staff because I can direct even people to talk to people. Please call 209-933-7070. And thank you everybody for coming today. And it's been a fantastic month. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. I just got one quick thing that I wanted to bring a little attention to, and I hope that we're going to see it at our next board meeting. What it sounds like is we'll be back here next Tuesday to relook at the LCAP. And so I'm really hoping that we're going to have an opportunity to look at our Apex and our Cyber High curriculums and make a decision, because I know that come June 30th, we're going to have a lot of students that are going to have troubles if we can't make a decision on either or both of those programs. And I think it's really important for us and our graduation rates, our students in our community, because at this point, it doesn't sound like we have answers for them. And looking at our agenda tonight, it's not here. And so I really look, I really appreciate an opportunity for that to be seen before the deadline comes up and hundreds of students lose their opportunity to be able to continue to, gain those credits and be able to receive the outcome from their hard work. Thank you.
Trustee Rico.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the microphone to Vice President Stevens. I want to speak on the last. Thank you.
So I actually think you can't pass your time. That's for.
I'm not passing my time. I just passing the microphone.
Oh, okay, no
Thank you.
worries. So I had an amazing time. I do have a gift for Dr. Rodriguez. We went out to Rooted and Raised for Stockton Scholars this weekend. Yeah, go ahead. I think you're safe. So a t-shirt and then a book. Got your size right. We were all out at Rooted and Raised with Stockton Scholars this week. Really amazing to see the good work happening in our community, especially for our high school students to be making their way off to college with free money. We also attended two events that particular day. They had the event first and also a private concert that evening with some of the trustees were there as well. Really great to just see our kids having a good time in a safe environment. No issues, just young people just having a good time. I also went to Juneteenth the same day. Really amazing event for Juneteenth. And then last week, I also attended the Black graduate event with several of the board members. That is my time.
Thank you. First off, let me say happy belated Father's Day to all the dads in the room. You guys are very much appreciated. So happy Father's Day. And let's see, I went to the PLC training in Las Vegas with the staff. It was an amazing event. They were working hard. They were up early at these workshops. I got to attend the workshops with some of the teachers and staff. And then after they had their workshops, they had team meetings. And it was just really exciting to be in the room with all of SUSD, teachers and staff. And we even got a shout out for bringing the most staff there. But it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because then one of the speakers said he was going to come visit us and he was going to go ask each teacher, like, what is this PLC all about, right? And so I wanted to share a video, but it's not going to I thought about, I'll send it and then maybe the girls can send it out to you guys in an email. But it was Luis Cruz doing a routine on how to get teachers to be involved and remember. It was just really cool. And it was like the end, all I remember is, and then the, if you guys know what I'm talking about, right? The end, it's like, but when you guys get it, you'll understand, but that was really cool. And then we have my vice president and myself have been with the 6 days that Dr. Rodriguez has blessed us with. We have been going around to different departments. She brought donuts the other morning. So if you guys were here, if you weren't, too bad. Not just kidding. But she's coming in and introducing herself. And then what I also wanted to acknowledge is I was remiss to not mention our 7th grader who had passed away over from Marshall Elementary School. And I was able to give a certificate to his family on his behalf and just give some comforting words on behalf of our district. And I would like to invite my colleagues here if they would be interested in doing a tour at our California Mental Health Facility. I was asked to go be a guest speaker for their graduation today. And I just think that it will enhance our mindsets on how we deal with special needs with our youth, because today was a mirror of what could happen if we don't acknowledge these needs in our youth. They grow up to be adults and then they end up in prison. And that's my time. So thank you. Trustee Colon.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just really excited to also say that I was at Rooted and Rising with the Stockton Scholars. Between last meeting and this meeting, I really just kind of tried to catch up on reading different board policies that we have, our board norms and what have you, just trying to refresh and educate myself. But it was so exciting to be a part of the Rooted and Rising with Stockton Scholars, the morning session and the evening session, really to focus on our graduates. So this program began in 2019. Co-founder Michael Tubbs and Lang Lungtao had this idea to start to improve our college culture in our town. And Stockton Scholars was created to support and provide scholarships, but also support for students going to college, for two-year community college, university, or trade school. And we heard from a graduate of 2023, a college student who was one of the first to receive the scholarship. And what was really special to hear her speak is not just that she had the support when she was in college, not just that she felt that she was able to actually experience college, not just go to class and go back to her dorm room, but she got to experience and network and influence her family. So she spoke about her brother and about her sister. She spoke about her mom. And that is the part of what Stockton Scholars is really all about, is to create that college going culture, or just the next steps culture in our community. And so it was really just really heartwarming to see from something that started off as an idea to being a part of discussions on the criteria requirements, to seeing it flourish to this point. There are now 5,000 of our Stockton students, Stockton Unified students, that are benefiting from this program. And I'll just plug in that this year Chavez had the highest scholarships for 2023. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think mine is going to be a lot more short, just because I've been to some of the same events. So I did get to have my first one-on-one with Dr. Rodriguez while she was passing out. The same day she passed out donuts to everyone. I missed that part. And then I also attended the Stockton Scholars Rooted and Rising event. I myself only attended the resource fair and the morning ceremony. There was a lot of organizations there who were giving out resources and opportunities for these young folks, including the Stockton Police Department recruitment team, YMCA of San Joaquin County, San Joaquin Pride Center, Native Corps, Little Manila Rising, and many more. I really appreciate this event. Just giving the opportunity for college graduates and also the newly high school graduates of 2023. I'm missing something. Oh, and that's it. So happy belated Father's Day and happy Juneteenth. Thank you.
And Trustee Rico, and then after she's done, do you guys mind if we give a moment of silence for our student that we didn't get an opportunity to do before?
Can we do the silence? Where did you like?
Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for staying so late with us tonight. Cristina, I'm gonna say in English and Spanish, so can you take the time twice, please? Thank you so much. Okay, first than anything, I just wanted to say Happy Father's Day to all those fathers who are present here and to those who are listening to us tonight. And second, I just wanted to say welcome to Mrs. Rodriguez. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to thank to Mrs. Miller, because to me, this is the first superintendent that we have for so many years with so much integrity, and respect, and empathy for all her employees. Thank you, Mrs. Miller. And also, I just wanted to let you know that for the second time, I tried to do something for the benefit of the community, and I was blacked out. I was shut down. So the first one was when I tried to recognize the teachers for special ed and kindergarten from my area. And the second is I tried to, with the help of trustees Zulera and Mendez, to reopen the summer swimming pools from Franklin and Edison High, and I wasn't allowed. So when we say we had something for those young children or students to have summer time, I mean, doing things that benefit for them, we're not allowed doing that when we now approve those. So also I want to know, and I know I'm gonna be in a big issue right now for what I wanna say. And they wanna try to send.
Mute her mic, Yvette, mute her mic. She's about to violate the Brown Act.
No, I'm not.
Mute the mic.
I'm not going to violate nothing. About closed section item. And
If I may-
that information is.
Excuse me, point of order.
Trustee,
Point of
let
order.
me interject for one moment.
Trustees?
This board item is for the board members to report on their activities. If there are comments or concerns.
I know.
You're perfectly welcome to raise those at the appropriate time, but this is.
So for
your activities.
clarification to the community.
We want to make sure that there's
No
no.
section information being leaked. It's
Okay.
been leaked for the.
Now, our time is done. We are closing the session. We're gonna move on now to item 10.3.
And for clarification.
Minutes.
She's been trying to shut down every single meeting.
Can we have point of order, please? We need to move on. We can't disclose.
Really? How trustee Flores disclosed?
Thank you.
I don't know, the past meeting to her friend. I'm gonna censure, I know.
Are we,
Okay, that's
can
fine.
we ask her to be removed if it continues, if we've asked her so many
No,
times?
I believe that.
Yes, go
trustees
ahead and do it.
all trustees will act
Thank
appropriately
you,
accordingly
thank
at the meeting. So let us please move
I
on to
just
the
want to
items that
give
are in
clarity.
order on the agenda.
Transparency to the community. That's what we try to do here, transparency for the
Thank you.
community.
We're gonna now move
Thank
on
you.
to item 10.3.
And I
Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes
I asked for the.
of June 3rd for the special board meeting retreat? Can I get a motion?
Thank you, trustee Flores, for now allowing me to speak. to
I'll
my
go ahead and
community.
motion. Can I get a
Thank you so much.
Second, Stevens.
Roll call vote, please.
For the record, can I clarify who first and who seconded?
Flores motioned and VP Kenita second.
Thank you. President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens?
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Danair,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
No.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 with 1 no from Trustee Rico.
Moving on to item 10.4, approval of corrected minutes from August 10, 2021, the regular board meeting. Can I get a motion? A motion. Can I get a second?
Don second.
Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens?
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Danair,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez.
Already vote for this item in August the 10th, 2021. Thank you.
So is your vote yes, no, or
Trustee Mendez,
abstention?
what's your vote?
Already vote for this item in August the 10th, 2021. That's it.
This is a corrected amendment. So do you want to choose to say no or abstain?
I already vote for this item in August the 10th, 2021. That's it.
Legal?
If I may, trustee Mendez, this is a vote for today on this item. for
I already
today.
vote for this, madam,
Abstention, is
and
that
I'm
what you're saying?
stating.
Abstain.
And you are the attorney, and I'm just letting you know. Thank you.
Can I get some guidance on
She's
how to
abstaining.
record that?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 11.1, the super.
We're not done.
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Rico,
No corruption.
Members of the board, if we could
Trustees-
please focus on the item that's for the vote. It's a yes, no, or abstention.
Thank you. I know that. Thank you so much.
She already voted.
Okay. Is that it, Yvette? You got all the votes?
No, trustee Rico, was that a no?
That was correct. It was a no.
Trustee Zulueta,
Abstain.
motion passes 4, 1 no from trustee Rico, 2 abstentions from trustee Mendez and trustee Zulueta.
Moving on to item 11.1 and the superintendent's report by interim Dr. Miller.
Good evening. I just want to say a couple of things here. I've been in the district now for more than 2 decades. I've been a counselor, assistant principal, and part of district office leadership. I have met wonderful people and I have witnessed fantastic work being done in Stockton Unified. As I sit here in this chair, I would like to take time to acknowledge the many employees in our district who have come to work each and every day ready to give 1000%. And Joanne Juarez, I want to say thank you for what you have endured and the work that you have done with your team. You have saved us immensely, and I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that I appreciate everything that you have done for us. When it comes down to it, the people who choose careers in education care deeply about students. I have had the great opportunity to see some of my former students who are now in their careers and are a vital part of our community. There is no greater joy as an educator than to see former students thriving and giving back to the next generation. It is my hope that more teachers, more counselors, more administrators, more nurses, more support staff, more speech and language pathologists, more psychologists, and more community are here and able to witness the great output from Stockton Unified. Thank you.
You guys, go ahead. Moving on to item 12.1, approval of school site eligibility to operate a Title I school-wide program for Flora Arcamata and Jane Frederick High School. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second, Stevens.
Any discussion? No discussion. Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Daener,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
12.2, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with hatching results for the 23-24 school year. Can I get a motion?
Donaire motion.
Zulueta will second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Daener,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
Item 12.3, approval of the contract extension agreements for El Concilio to provide additional line staff for extended day year expanded learning opportunities program for the 23-24 school year. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept.
I will make second to accept.
And then I'd like the microphone for a discussion.
Go ahead.
So earlier there was a comment made by Mr. Gutierrez from our fiscal team in response to a question from our board president, pretty much saying that El Concilio, it would have been improper for them to receive, this contract or this MOU. And I thought that was a little bit odd, considering that RFP number 1066 for expanded learning opportunities was actually approved at the recommendation of our fiscal team, our business and our fiscal team on April 12th, 2022. during our board meeting. And it's very interesting because the RFP approvals, what it was initially for was to approve a pool of vendors from RFP number 1066, expanded learning opportunities from April 12, 2022 through April 11, 2023, to Carnegie Learning, University of the Pacific, Edmo, and El Concilio for services as needed. And I think that's really important to bring forward. This RFP was intended to establish a eligible pool of vendors, and I think that this lines up, very well in alignment with our what our ELOP presentation was from Ms. Mary Ann Rogers. And so for myself, I'm going to continue to read it. This RFP was intended to establish an eligible pool of vendors for a streamlined procurement process for future projects. Any agreement issued as a result of this RFP does not guarantee any minimum amount of service or payment. Individual service agreements will be brought to the governing board, and I think we did see those, and we had quite a few questions about why those were brought later without this RFP. However, it's noted here why it would be done that way. And then in addition, the specific scope, contract amount, funding source, and other pertinent information will be presented and authorized by the governing board prior to any services being rendered. And so I thought it was important to at least bring our attention to this because what we were, brought, or what we were instructed by our fiscal expert was that, we wouldn't, in best practices, choose this group. However, this group is one of the ones that was approved within our RFP and vendor system and our procurement system to be able to provide these specific services. And we're hearing, time and time again from our experts that we need these additional people, and that our other vendors, even in the statistics and the information that we've been brought today, that they're not at the capacity to be able to provide for all of those spaces. And so, for myself, I would love to hear a little bit more about, the CSEA 318 grievances that they are bringing, because once again, I'm still a little bit concerned about why, if this group was approved in the same vendor pool as others that are continuously and right now have contracts that are double, if not triple the contract of what we are talking about for El Concilio, why we are not having those same grievances, or we're not bringing up those same concerns or issues about those other organizations. And this is not to speak for El Concilio or on their behalf. However, I see other vendors from this pool that have contracts, and we don't have those same concerns. And I think that that's a little bit we have not got a clear understanding, whether it be from our CSEA representative that spoke earlier or from our staff. And I think that we deserve a little bit more than that if we're going to be making a decision that accounts for millions of dollars and a lot of our parents and families and community members, jobs and ability to be able to participate in our resources and services. So thank you, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
The microphone.
Go ahead.
We already failed the children with the swimming pools. We tried our best. My community is upset. I do care, but I'm gonna fail the kids. This is just totally wrong. This is totally wrong. We need to work together. We need to work together to make sure that we serve all the kids, no matter who they are. What is going on now? This is sick. I'm sorry, this is wrong. This is not good for kids. We need to serve the kids no matter what. And our political affiliations or whatever we got against people or vendors, it had to be on the side. We're here for the kids, Thank you.
Yeah, I think for me, there's probably still more questions and answers, and I don't know how the other trustees feel, but I think we should table this and bring it back at a later time when we fully understand and have all of our questions answered. That would be my direction.
For me, the other agencies have gone through that RFP process, which is why they're not up for discussion now.
Point of order.
It's my time, and you cannot call point of order when I'm speaking.
I would like to make a point of order, and the reason why is because that's an inaccurate statement. The RFP number 1066 from April 12th, 2021 is very clearly defined to include every every vendor that I named in the list, and what she's stating is inaccurate. They have not gone through a process that's any different from what El Concilio went through. And I'm not saying that to the benefit of El Concilio, however, that is inaccurate and it's not a factual statement.
I have long history with Stockton Unified. I am a former after-school facilitator. So trust me when I say that these agencies previously during
That has nothing to do with the statement that is. No,
process.
I'm not.
Please, if we could.
I am stating that the information you're providing is incorrect and that the RFP 1066 from.
You speak, now I can speak.
I'm not making factual inaccuracies, and I would like to make.
Mike, he's done talking and I am now speaking. Thank you.
Trustees, if I may say, trustees, Willetta has certainly stated his point of view and his opinion, and certainly his statement in regards to the facts as he sees them. I believe that any other trustees should have an opportunity to state their position in regards to this issue, this item, which is a vote, which is an action item at this point in time. So if you would, one at a time, please take the mic.
So, the other agencies have had to go through an RFP process. And each year, each school site gets to decide if they want to renew their contract. But they did go through an RFP process. They were interviewed, they were vetted, and I can tell you because I was here. I worked for the after-school program for 8 years. Former trustee Maria Mendez worked for and we worked with different agencies at different school sites. This was the first contract in many years that I seen that did not follow the procurement process and was the lowest on the scoring cards. You heard our CBO's director say that it should have not have went through. And so I will say, just because you have an empty house doesn't mean that anybody can just come in, create their own contract and move in. And then because they've been there for a whole year, now we have to grant them the lease and the rental of this home. No, it doesn't work that. If you come in unethically and illegally violating the process that every other agency that has had to go through for many years does not make that okay.
You need to be careful the words than yours.
I speak
very careful
exactly
because we're not
what
gonna be
I
taking that.
mean. Thank you.
President
This is
Flores,
wrong.
are there any other trustees that have any discussion on this item?
I would just caution the board as a whole before we
Trustee
make.
already had her mic on and she was already called to speak.
I didn't hear that, so I do apologize. But like I was saying, I think we should be very careful as a board, the way that we represent certain allegations and accusations against vendors and community.
It's not an allegation, that was a statement.
Okay, I'd just like to present some of the concerns that I had last meeting and this meeting is just that, well, to sum it up now is that I, as I understand it, we are required to service all of our students so that we don't have a wait list. And my concern is that if we don't approve something, that we're gonna have a wait list. So how I think, like Trustee Stevens says, there's more questions than answers, because we need to understand how do we fulfill our need and requirement, but at the same time rectify what has happened, the process that is before us. So I would agree to having a study session. I don't know if we can ask for a timeline of like how soon. Can we do it on the 27th when we have the meeting? I don't know, but I'm sure time is of the essence. The other question I have would be, as we heard about the RFP process, could be a few weeks, it could be longer. How could we put in the study session? Could we talk about putting a strong plan so that we can service our students by the time school starts? What does that look like? I don't know.
May I
Those are
have
my
the
concerns.
microphone? What I'm not concerned, and I totally agree with you, but the problem is we need to serve the kids. We like it or not, we need to serve the kids. And he should have been in the pool with everybody together, but somebody chooses to pull it in a different way. And that is doing something on purpose against an institution, then it's concilio also. Remember, words, we cannot take it back anymore. So I'm gonna leave it like that. We need to do the right thing for the students, not for us, for the kids.
And we have facilitators who are working at these sites who are having complaints because this agency is allowing third-party staff and vendors come onto their site. That's a safety concern for our students. If we're thinking about our students, our facilitators who are in charge of our students and their safety are not feeling comfortable with the agency and the partner vendors, whoever they're bringing on campus. They have asked their people that they're bringing on their campus to leave sites 2 to 3 times, and that's a problem. And we have not received a list of the third-party vendors that this agency is using, and so that's a problem.
When you do that, you are singling an agency and you are being discriminatory. This is not the way to do leadership, President. This is not. And let me tell you, you bring in an accusation like that, you need to come forward and say who's telling you this, because everybody have the right to defend themselves. And the children of SUSD deserve better than this mambo jumbo and these things that people are coming in here and creating lies and accusations. People need to be very careful because we are not gonna go back no more.
Okay, call for discussion. Discussion is done.
I had one more thing I wanted to say.
Discussion is done.
The board, if.
We
the board
haven't
has an
voted on that.
opportunity.
Everybody had an
Yes.
opportunity to speak.
No, I don't.
Everybody had something
I
to
don't.
say.
I don't.
The only one is trustee Rico, so say something, trustee Rico.
Okay, so what I want to say is, this is another example of discrimination.
Is it pertaining to the item on the agenda?
Thank you so much. That's all what I said.
Okay, call for discussion. Did you have a motion to table this for the next board meeting?
We already have a
No,
motion on the
trustee has
table.
a motion. Trustee Zulueta has a motion already.
Okay, roll call vote
Wait, can you repeat that motion, please?
to
The
approve.
motion is to approve 12.3.
President Flores,
No.
Vice President Stevens.
No.
Clerk Colon,
Abstain.
Trustee Denaire,
No.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta,
We're not listening to our staff and the data, and that's sad. My vote is yes.
motion fails with 3 yeas, 3 nos from President Flores, Vice President Stevens, Trustee Denaire, and 1 abstention from Clerk Colon.
I'd like to call for a motion, or if I could, for,
Be done with that when you can't call another motion.
no, can't do that.
No, you can't talk about it.
But you can change your vote if you want.
Okay, moving on to item 13.1. Adopt the district's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Stockton Chapter 318, CSEA 318 for reopener contract negotiations for the 22-23 fiscal year, and to authorize the district's negotiating team to proceed with negotiations. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Don Air, second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez. Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Abstain.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention from Trustee Rico.
Moving on to item 13.2, adoption of declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year. Can I get a motion?
I motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.3, adoption of resolution number 22-107 for the 23-24 provisional internship permits. Can I get a motion?
All motion.
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President
Ye-
Stevens,
Oh, yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Same.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention from Trustee Rico.
Item 13.4, approval of the memorandum of understanding with the Stockton Teachers Association for the immediate special education structural supports. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Donner, second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.5, approval of the reorganization of the 3 database analysis to database administrators in the Information Services Department and approval of the memorandum of understanding MOU with CSEA and its Delta Valley Chapter 821. Can I get a motion?
All motion.
Can we get a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yeah.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.6, a ratification of the tentative agreement. Appalachian Shale Successor Agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Delta Valley Chapter 821, and approval of the required financial public disclosure forms that assess the financial impact of the tentative agreement. Can I get a motion? I'll go ahead and motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14.1, adoption of resolution number 22-105, awarding the leaseback contract to Rebellion Contracting, Inc. for the Stag High School Livestock Facility Program Project. Can I get a motion?
All motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Oh, question. Public comment, someone was asking who prepared. Can someone answer that?
David Varelli prepared the board agenda item, and I'm moving forward. I'll make sure that he puts his name on there.
Okay, roll call vote. Sorry, Donald, I didn't see you.
President Flores,
Yes?
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Daener,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 15.1, student expulsion Z-39.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, and 15.4 all at once.
I'll approve. I'll second. Any discussion?
Can't have discussion.
Roll call vote.
President Flores,
Abstain?
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Daener,
Abstain.
trustee Mendez,
No.
trustee Rico,
Abstain.
trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion fails. 3 with 1 no from trustee Mendez and 3 abstentions
Now you want it.
from President
Now I wanna
Flores,
say something.
trustee
Excuse me.
Daener,
I'm done. I'm not
and
voting
trustee
anymore.
Rico.
Please don't be disrespectful.
Good night.
Go ahead, council.
You were gonna say,
No, it's.
that's why we had them as a 1 by 1 member. That's why we did it. Remember, you wanted them 1 by 1.
The effect of the vote would be. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hitting the button and it's just not moving. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware that the effect of its vote is that the expulsion simply will not be going forward. Okay, I just wanted to make.
So do we need to revote? Can we revote?
You can't revote. Yeah, you can't revote.
It failed.
The
motion failed.
So what's gonna happen
I
now?
think you'll have to refer to staff as to what the next step would be in regards to these expulsions.
Dr. Rodriguez? She can't answer. You can't answer. I'm just teasing. I'm just like. For the next board meeting or today? Next board meeting?
You could bring it, you could have it come back and you can certainly have 3 members of the board or the board president or the superintendent bring it back.
All right, will you guys bring it back? Okay. Okay. That brings the meeting to adjournment at 10:08.